See Lightning.
And we welcome you to Newton Rebels Baseball. This is Frank Martinez, your play-by-play announcer for tonight's ball game. I'm joined along by Mark Cabala, our general manager for the Newton Rebels. Well, Mark, we are in Hutchinson, Kansas, the last two games of the season for the Newton Rebels.
Yeah, last two games, and we hope we get them in, Frank, because it's a little iffy right now.
Yes, it is a little iffy. We'll show you exactly what we're talking about as we take you out to the field. The tarp is now placed out on the field, and just within, matter of fact, just as we were going on the air, there is lightning now up in the sky, so we're going to kind of show you that a little bit. But once again, the tarp has been placed out onto the field. They are expecting just a light rain. We looked at the radar before we got started here, and it looked like it was kind of going around us, but everything to the north of us and everything to the south of us. I know when I left Wichita by about 4 o'clock, Wichita was just getting hit with the rain,
and the
streets. The streets were flooded in Wichita. The report that I was getting. I live in Park City, which is just north of Wichita, but you can tell that there was a storm coming.
Well, and the whole thing about this, Frank, you heard Mark Blackham, the GM, tell everybody, all the fans that are in the metal bleachers here, to go wait in their cars because there's a pretty good electrical storm out there, and if you watch over there, you'll see some electrical hits, some lightning out there, and it might be a while. And we talked about it because I know Newton right now is getting hit. Mr. Jim called me and said that it's getting rained on our field. So we don't know how these last two games are going to play out.
Yeah, and speaking of the game for tomorrow, talking about the field, we do know that the lights have still not been repaired.
Yeah, the part came in a little late, I think today, so they haven't been able to work on it. So it looks like a 5 o'clock game. We were wanting a 7 with Bethel Knight and Carl Hodges MVP award. But right now, this is something we can't fight, people. This is Mother Nature, and Mother Nature usually wins.
Well, so tomorrow's game is scheduled for 5 o'clock unless, there's a big lightning storm or hit there, unless we don't have this game.
Right.
And there might be a possibility that we may have the doubleheader tomorrow,
right?
Which most likely will start earlier than that.
Yeah, and what we're talking about right now is just waiting this out, see what happens tonight. Maybe this thing blows over. Maybe it's going to be a very late night, but we want to definitely play this, and then we'll figure out tomorrow.
Okay, we will do that. Once again, for those of you that are watching, we're going to take you out to the field so you can see exactly what we're talking about. We do welcome you to Newton Rebels Baseball, and don't forget to tell your family and friends that Newton Rebels are on YouTube. You can go to YouTube, punch in Newton Rebels Baseball, and catch all the action from your own home. Once again, we'll cut you out to the field so you can see what we're having to deal with right now as the tarp has been brought out here in Hutchinson, Kansas, as the Newton Rebels will face the Hutchinson Monarchs. And we are at Hobart Detter Field.
Hobart Detter, a lot of history here.
A lot of history here at Hobart Detter Field. As a matter of fact, this is going to be the first week of the NBC World Series will be here at Hobart Detter Field.
Yeah, historic, a lot of great players, Bonds, Palmero, all these great players, Clemens, there's been a lot of great ones that have played here, and of course in Wichita. So, it's pretty exciting to see a place like this, and it's still looking good. It's still, it has that old-time look, and a lot of players from across the country really like it.
Well, and the thing about it is Hutchinson's a great baseball community.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to support this. Hopefully the people from Wichita come down. I know that the first game is going to be on Wednesday because I'll be doing the PA then. Wednesday at 3, or is it 3 o'clock or let's see here, noon, I believe. Let me check the schedule here just to make sure. But I believe it is going to be at noon on Wednesday the 4th. That'll be the first game. And I'll be doing PA on the 12 o'clock game, the 3 o'clock game, and then I'll have the play-by-play on the 8:30 game.
Right, yeah. I mean, and Frank, the other day, you weren't here the other day, but we had almost 500 people here for a Monarch game.
Yeah.
And 250, something like that, whatever, yesterday. So, I mean, so they support the Monarchs, but what are they going to do? The NBC World Series. So you're going to have some good games to work.
And like I say, I knew Hutchinson was a good baseball community, and they will be hopefully supporting the NBC World Series. And this is a great stadium because it is covered.
Right.
Unfortunately, it is metal bleachers. And like I say, with lightning, they have asked all the fans to go to their vehicles at this time because the lightning is nearby.
Right. I was going to go ahead and, if you, Frank, just pan down there and see where.
Just release it there so you can move it a lot easier. And the same thing there. There you go.
It's going to just show everybody down there. There's the umpires with Mark Blackham down there. They're talking about, what they're talking about is right now is just, what they're going to do. You can see him. Mark's the GM down there, and right down on the.
Let me cut you over there. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's all right. There he is. I mean, you can see him right there. Don't have a close-up zoom, unfortunately, but there they are. They're talking, looking at the field. That's the umpires in the black right there.
And so they are out there going to make a decision here. It looks like they are going back into their cubby holes.
Right. Yeah, that's what.
And to their locker rooms. And but you can tell it's all moving to the northeast there. And so it may just miss us here, hopefully. And like I say, I did look at the radar just to see exactly what was going to happen before I came to Hutchinson. Is about a 45-minute drive from Park City, which is about the same amount from Wichita. And or Newton, it's probably, 30 minutes?
Yeah, it's right around there. Now, you look at the upper left, you see it's a little brighter right up there, so that's a good sign.
Yeah,
right
that
there.
is a very good sign. So right now, like I say, we do have the tarp out there, and as you can see, and the lightning and the clouds are all moving to the northeast, which means hopefully that it is going right around us here. It was looking like it was going to rain here for a little bit, and that's why they decided to put the tarp out. And they did that. They did that like they've done it before.
Yeah. I'm sure they've had a few times they have to do this. And I tell you, it's one of the toughest things I've had to be around it, especially in college, to do this, to put that tarp on. And it's fun to watch. I mean, you watch in major league games and watch when these guys have to put it together.
I think there were some Newton Rebel players out there also helping out with that, which is what the thing to do.
That's teamwork. That's what you should be doing, and helping out each other, because it's going to be part of the. I mean, right now it's a situation where it involves both of them.
Yeah, so. And there was some lightning just in left field. Over left field, there's some ball diamond back to the west. And looked like there was some lightning over there just now. So we do want to welcome you once again to Newton Rebels Baseball. We are in a small delay here at Hobart Detter Field as the Newton Rebels will be taking on the Hutchinson Monarchs. We'd like to welcome you. And Christy Brotman says, glad to have Brody back playing tonight.
Oh, yeah.
This mama missed watching her kid. So
we
missed
Rebels. We missed watching her kid play. So
yeah, we sure did.
Glad he's back.
I happened to be watching from the hotel room that I was at, and just happened to they had YouTube.
Yeah.
So that's how I was able to watch. So I was able to get on and watch just a little bit of it, and try to help you guys out because I noticed that the sound wasn't very good. And but you finally got it going, and I'm glad that you did.
Well, we missed you, Frank. Like I said, we always do, and sorry we had to interrupt you and talk to you. Hey, Frank, what do we do in this situation? But
well, that's all right. That's what teamwork is all about. And I'm glad we got it on. And like I said, it did sound a lot better than when it first started, because at first it sounded like Jake was talking through a tunnel. And almost like tin cans is what it sounded like. And I couldn't even hear it all.
Yeah, well, I think Jake turned it off on
well,
purpose.
I told him which button he needed to push.
See?
You're right. So we were able to do that. Once again, we'll cut back to us here. And, the season so far Carve has not gone the way we wanted.
No,
you know.
and you and I were talking about it because we thought about it back in May and 1st of June, all the hope. Then we had a lot of hope. We were thinking, we had some really good players and some good pitching coming in, and it just right off the start, starting at a 5-game series with Derby, and you're trying to recover. And then, I played Hayesville. We played Great Bend, won a couple. I think it looked a little better.
Cheney?
Then we had to play Cheney.
Yeah.
And I think that was a turning point right there to the team. We had a game that we should have won. We didn't.
Yeah.
And then after that, it just kind of turned around, and we were always seemed to be behind.
Yeah.
And that's one thing Jake and I were talking on the way up is what percentage of the games were we behind the first 2 innings? Yeah. And I'll tell you, though, this team didn't quit.
No, they didn't quit. The thing about it is you said something just a second ago that the Cheney game that we should have won,
right.
I think it gave them the hey, you know what? We can compete.
Right.
We can compete.
Oh, yeah.
If we can compete with the top team in the league, which we thought it was at the time. Of course, we knew Hutchinson won the league last year.
Right.
But we knew we didn't have to play them until the last series, of the season. So, but we didn't have nothing to compare with.
Well, and what's different from, and Coach Clark and I were talking about this, is that, and also Gibbs, Jay Gibbs, but we were talking about Rebel baseball. We always get better. We're always usually pretty young, but we get better towards the end. So when we looked at the schedule and we saw Hutchinson, which has been kind of a rival with us, so we were excited because we thought, man, we'll play our best baseball, and we finish up with Hutch. Well, then we lost players.
Are you on number 3 or?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right.
So
just lift the last ones up a little bit more. There you go. Okay. That maybe that they can hear us, because I noticed that our meter over here is not very high.
Okay.
So maybe now they can hear us. Just let us know if you can hear us or not, and we'll turn it up or turn it down here just to make sure that you are listening to us and able to hear us. So those of you that are watching, once again, we are on a rain delay. We'll take you back out to the field so you can see. But you can see that the clouds, it's clearing up to the west of us, and to the north, it's getting a little bit darker over there. But that's the way it was all the way across here,
right,
from the west clear to the north. And so it may clear up here, but right now they do have the tarp out, and the players have all gone to their locker rooms, and so have the umpires. And
Hutch has a nice
waiting.
locker room right over there. I was over there earlier talking to Mark Blackham, and of course, our players really, they're just kind of hanging out in the dugout. That's about all you can do right now. But it's just one of those things. I think they'll keep tabs on it, and it does look a little clearer. If you look, just keep looking at your screen there. That left side's a little clearer and a little brighter, which
Which is good. Which is good because, like I say, just looking at the radar, it did look like it was going to go around us. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll try to get this game in tonight, and then our final homestand game tomorrow is supposed to be at 5:00 since the lights are still not working, and it is supposed to be against Hutchinson. So, if for some reason this game does get canceled, most likely we may play a doubleheader. It just depends on what the coaches agree to.
Well, and that's one thing that Mark and I were talking about, the GM, saying, does this game need to be played? Is it important? Whatever. You want to play out the season. And I know players are leaving pretty much on Wednesday. So it's definitely we need to play tomorrow or we probably won't play. So hopefully it happens. And and I'd hate to see it because I know Bethel College is ready. They're going to have some championship coaches out there throwing the first pitch, and it's going to be a special day. And also we have like you said, the Carl Hodgson Family MVP Award, which, of course, Frank, we were teasing that you had to make the final vote.
Well,
the swaying vote.
I don't think that was a true. I don't think that's a true statement.
No, we were just teasing you about it.
Yeah.
But anyway, but we want to see that, and as a team, we want to see that. So hopefully, I don't know. We'll see what Joel and the crew could do out there because they did get some rain.
Yeah. Well, Daniel Corrigan does say that we are loud and clear, which is great to hear. We do appreciate the reply on that because we wanted to make sure. And, some of the players that have improved this season, you made the statement of the team gets better as the season goes around.
Right.
Well, our pitcher tonight is a good example.
He's definitely, he had a tough time at Newman University, excuse me. But he's come on, and he's been probably one of the top starters that we've had, and I don't know. I just think that Carson could do a great job and get better. He's working on his secondary pitches, and he throws fastball 92. So I mean that's pretty good, and he's 6'8". So that's and he was only a freshman.
Yeah.
So what's his future going to be? And he's going to be transferring down to Gateway Community College, down there in Arizona, and see what he can put together and learn a lot, and then see what happens because he'll be transferring somewheres, and I guarantee you somewheres where he'll definitely make a difference.
Well, we're speaking of Carson Jacobs, who's going to be starting here for the Newton Rebels here tonight. And the last game that he pitched, he got the single-season strikeout record
Right.
as he tied Zach Bravo with 53, and then I think he ended up with 56, I believe.
Yeah, that's quite a first year.
Yeah, that's quite a first year for us.
You think about the history of all those pitchers, Zach Bravo and Zach Skelton. I mean, I'm thinking about all these different pitchers through the years, these starters. Jake Gibbs, he played quite a while. So, I mean, you got a lot of guys, and then he beat the strikeout record. So that's pretty amazing for Carson.
Yeah, it is. And he's not the only one that's up in the strikeout category. Also, Zach Gillick is also there, And so let me see if I can get over there and get some of that information. Zach Gillick has 58 strikeouts, and Carson Jacobs has 66.
Right.
So, we have two of the top pitchers in the league.
Right.
And yet, look at us record-wise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's I know it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Well,
and not only that, but then you got also on the batting side, on the hitting side, we got 3 out of the first top 10 or top 5.
Right.
We had Corey Mason,
Nolan. Nolan Riley. Right.
Third baseman.
Oh, the third
Nolan
Nolan
Riley.
Riley, yeah.
Nolan Riley, and then Andrew Brotman.
Yeah. So you had 3 of the top guys, and then of course, yeah. I mean, it's been a tough year because you look at it. But again, Frank, what you and I brought up, when you're down 5-0, or I mean, it was like the first 2 innings we were always down quite a bit, which is something that we never have seen before. And this year was just completely different than the Rebels baseball of the past.
Well, this is what I was speaking of. Batting leaders. Nolan Riley for the Newton Rebels is batting .402. And then you got Corey Mason in third spot with a .370, and then you got Andrew Brotman with a .363. So that's 3 out of the top 5 in the league.
Yeah, that's amazing. And then you got, like you were talking about, Zach Gillick, number 1 pitcher in the league with a 1.20 ERA.
Yeah, 1.20 ERA with also he's got 57 strikeouts as showing, and then of course we got. Carson Jacobs with 66 strikeouts. So, it's just like, and then the thing about it is Carson Jacobs, now the difference between Zach Gillick and Carson Jacobs is a starting pitcher.
Right. So that's pretty amazing by Gillick right
Yeah,
there.
it is pretty amazing by Gillick because he is just basically a relief pitcher. He's a closer.
Right.
And so for him to have 57 strikeouts in as a closer, now he only started 1 game.
Right. And that lasted like 3 in the third or something like that.
Right.
He's more accustomed. He likes being in relief role, and but he's the type of guy, he throws strikes, he comes after you, and I know he got hit a little the other day against the game that I think you were gone, yeah, and he got hit that last inning where, but the thing is, you had some errors behind him, which made him throw a little more, and he probably didn't have his A game, but he still competed, and you won't see that much. If you think that was probably his worst outing all year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how consistent that guy is.
Yeah. And my understanding is that he was one that was in the running for the
Carl Hodges?
The Carl Hodges Award.
Yeah, he's, we'll find out tomorrow, but he's definitely one of the finalists. And I mean, all those guys you mentioned.
Could you tell us who the top 5 guys were in the running?
You had mentioned them.
Okay.
Nolan Riley.
Andrew Brotman. Corey Mason, maybe?
Let's see, then it was Gillick.
Okay.
And
probably
more.
Carson Jacobs.
And Carson Jacobs,
okay.
I believe. So, I mean, you had top 4, and they were spread out quite a bit, which is we never had that before. I mean, Lincoln Andrews won pretty handily last year.
Yeah, yeah.
But he had an awesome year.
Oh, he had a very,
Yeah.
very great year, and so has Nolan Riley.
Yeah.
Batting 402, leading the league in batting average. Has been up to bat 102 times, had 41 hits, 20 run scores, had 4 home runs and 26 RBIs. And that's leading the league with a 402 average. Actually, he's tied with Connor Flagg. That is, he is up there in the league as our leader in the batting leader for the Newton Rebels and for the league, Sunflower Collegiate League.
And Frank, you look at it. I've been a collegiate coach almost 30 years. I'm thinking that's with metal. That's with wood bats. And I always said, you can add 40 to 50 points with wood. I mean, with metal. Metal. Excuse me. So with metal, you think about that. If he's hitting 402, he's probably like 450.
Yeah. By the way, if you're just now joining us, we want to tell you that we are in small rain delay. It was lightning here pretty bad out in the outfield area. Everything is moving to the north. We'll show you here real quick. Everything is moving to the north, which is to our right. And as I say that, there goes some more lightning. But it is clearing up to the west, which is a good thing. And go ahead and pan on over there. And we do have the tarp out right about 2 or 3 minutes as we were going on the air. Matter of fact, we were just playing our little video clip as they went to the tarp area to get the tarp out, and they thought they better get it out before it did start pouring. They also asked all the fans to head to their vehicles because these are metal bleachers, and with the lightning, of course, the metal bleachers don't go very well.
No, you don't want to be out there.
You don't want to be out there. But you can see how light it is out to the west.
And look at the
southwest.
Flag. Before that flag was just flying like crazy. Now look at it, Frank.
Yeah, it's kind of still. As a matter of fact, it was probably about 20 minutes before we went on the air. I thought, well, time to go to the restroom, and boy, all of a sudden the wind picked up. It got cool out, and I thought, I'm not sure we're going to make it because the skies were so dark out there in the outfield area, clear from left field to right field.
I thought I saw you fly by, Frank.
Well, I
it was
did.
that windy.
Yeah, I did. And but now, now the wind is calm, and looks like we may be able to get this one in. It just depends. We of course have to wait till that lightning clears the ball field, so that way nobody gets struck by lightning. So and then it's safe for the fans also.
Right. Yeah. It's like I said, they had a good crowd, another good crowd coming in, and I don't know. It's just been a very tough year, and I hate to say we have to finish up this way with Mother Nature battling us.
And so once again, we're on a small rain delay here, or lightning delay, weather delay, let's put it that way. And we'll try to get started here as soon as possible. We're going to go ahead and cut back right to us because there's some other players that we were wanting to talk about. You got Corey Mason, number 3 batter in the league.
Right.
With a 370 average. He has been up to bat 81 times, has 30 hits, has scored 19 runs, 3 home runs, and he has also a total of 19 RBIs.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he hurt his knee. He had two back-to-back home runs. Had a big 3-run home run, I believe, at Wichita State. And the thing was about it, his knee's been bothering him, so he decided to go home, make sure that it doesn't hurt anymore. Unfortunately, Justin Barnes went with him, which hurts, because he was one of our top hitters too. They're teammates from Shorter University, and so they decided to leave, which Coach Clark okayed, and so they left, and what can you do?
I have misspoke. I said we had 3 out of the top 5. Look at this. We have 3 out of the top 4.
3 of the top 4.
Yeah, because Andrew Brotman is next. And he has a 363 batting average. He has been up to bat 124 times, has a total of 45 hits, 29 runs scored, has 6 home runs, and has a total of 20 RBIs.
And most time he was in the leadoff.
Yep.
Most time he was up there in the leadoff. So you're not going to get a lot of RBIs in the leadoff, but Coach Clark dropped him down about 5th, 6th, 7th just to get some more RBIs, get more fastballs, and it's worked pretty well for him. It doesn't matter where you bat him. It's worked
pretty good. So, like I say, for having we knew we had the players, and we saw that in the first practice games that we had.
Yes.
There's some more lightning. Let's take you out to the field there so you can take a look at it. You're probably getting tired of looking at us anyway. The first couple of practice games that we had against certain teams, We scored 18, 19,
Yeah.
20 runs and then scored them late in the ball
Right.
game. And you could tell that this team had a lot of fight, a lot of power, a lot of extra bases that we had
Right,
in those
right.
couple games.
Yeah, and again, as a coach, the first thing I always used to talk about, of course, I always say, you've heard me say this many times, put the ball in play, 5 most important words for your offense. But you also have 3. I mean, you got to look at the 3 elements, and that's pitching, defense, and offense. And we got the hitting, Frank. You just said that.
Yep.
The defense been pretty solid. I think so. I think with our defense, it's probably been one of the best defenses that we had, especially our outfield. We could put anybody out there, and I know Hickman makes some nice plays. Wingett makes some nice plays. I mean, we got some guys out there. Capion's out there. I mean, we got some guys that make some plays. But it was the pitching, and when you look back at this year, that it's kind of been the tough part. And it's Frank, when you were gone, somebody was asking me about Hutch was beating us pretty bad.
Yeah.
Okay. And let me tell you, this is a philosophy I had from my coaching days. And, instead of and I'm not saying Coach McCune run up the score. You can't tell kids to quit hitting.
No.
The only thing I could tell is that we got to get better.
That's right.
And that's what I always used to say in college. And people go, hey, they ran the score up. No, they were hitting the ball. You can't tell a kid to just stand there and watch it. And that's what they were doing. It wasn't like they were doing double steals and this and that.
Yeah.
But, but all I'm getting at is we do need to get better.
Well, I've been on both ends of that coaching.
Right. Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure you have too.
Oh, yeah.
I've been
Oh, yeah.
on both ends of that to where you're putting a lot of scores up. But then, like you say, how do you tell your kids to go half?
Right.
How do you tell them to cut back? Because that's when the injuries happen.
Right.
That's what happens with kids that at this level especially. When you tell them, hey, cut back a little bit because we can't do this to them. But yet when they do that, they're going to end up getting hurt.
Right.
Because they're not going full speed. And it can happen. I've seen it happen before, and so you got to tell them to keep playing.
Yeah, you keep playing. And let me tell you how baseball is, folks. I was head coach of Kansas Wesleyan. My first year, I had 15 kids in the fall. So we brought in a bunch of kids, and not a lot of them were great players. Okay, I'll put it that way. So a few of them were pretty good. So we have to play because we have midweek games. Now our starting pitcher for the weekend series was fine, but we had to go play York, and York was loaded that year. We get beat 20-3. Then we drive back that night. Our AD says, "Hey, you got to play this makeup tomorrow against William Jewell, which is another top 25 team the next day." Because of some conflict or, whatever. So, hey, kids, we got to go play tomorrow. We go to Kansas City, play William Jewell. Guess what? We get beat 20-3. Then that weekend we go play Bethany and we sweep them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's baseball. You just don't know.
It's just the way it works, That's just the way it works sometimes. So, once again, if you are joining us, we are going to stay on here as long as possible. Radar is clearing up. Yes, sir. Thank you, Bob Brutman, who's looking at the radar for us from wherever you're at. And anyway, he say, as we say that, there is the lightning. Brutman, you're not seeing that lightning.
I think it's past Yoder down there, wasn't it?
Yes, that was pretty close, and I wish our players would get into the dugout because that was close.
Yeah. Yeah, they kind of are now.
They kind of are there. So anyway, we just are going to stay here. We're going to go ahead and take a break. We do want to go ahead and thank all our sponsors before we do take that break. Stay tuned. We're going to take you out to the field and keep watching, and we'll get back to action, or hopefully start our action here pretty soon. We're getting a lot of thunder and lightning now.
Yeah, we are. So
that usually means there's rain.
Yeah, but again, I'm looking at that flag. It's not blowing like crazy, and that's a key there.
And look out west. I mean, go ahead and pan out there. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Come back out. Look out west, how bright it's getting out there. So hopefully that's good for us. All right, we're going to go ahead and thank all our sponsors. Tonight, double plays will be sponsored by the team of Pate and Paul, attorneys at law. Any doubles this evening by the Newton Rebels will be sponsored by Cobra Enterprise, Store and Stuff, and Realty Connections. Also, any plays at the plate will be sponsored by the Colonel Tim Marler family in honor of the Kansas National Guard. Kansas Guard, your home team, always ready, always there. Pitching changes this evening will be sponsored by Race Roofing. They have you covered. Home runs this evening by the Rebels will be sponsored by the John Odeman family, proud friends of the Newton Rebels. Any great plays or players of the game will be sponsored by Carl Hodges and family. The Rebels tradition continues since the year 2000. Also like to thank Back Alley Pizzas, Curtis C's, and all our host families this year for helping us out this year with our kids. So Bob Brotman says it isn't as bad as it was 10 minutes ago. Well, that's good to hear there, Bob. But the lightning is nearby, and thunder and lightning is nearby. So we'll see exactly what happens here.
Yeah,
There
right
it is
there
again,
you guys
as you can
see it
just
right
see.
there, center field and right field right there. You can see it. We need one of those little diagram things, Frank. We get one of those next
Little
year.
weatherman, yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, you see like over the scoreboard, it's pretty clear over there. So
Yeah.
it's clearing out a little. Just wish it'd hurry up.
Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break so that way you don't get tired of us and our voices don't go out. And we'll 5 minutes before as they're pulling out the tarp, we'll get back with you guys. So make sure that you stay tuned. Keep your TVs on YouTube, and we're going to put you on mute. And we'll be back with you as soon as we can because. Unless there's something else you'd like to talk about.
No,
How about tomorrow night? Let's talk about that first.
Tomorrow. Now I don't know. It's
that's true.
Well, Bethel College, but I mean, and I'm excited about getting the plaque. Getting that plaque. Carl Hodges will be there.
Okay, well, good.
And
good.
so
That's the second time he's made it.
Yeah,
this
he's
season.
going to present it, and he's pretty excited. He's always excited to come out there. I just hopefully we have a game. If not, I don't know what we're going to do.
Yeah.
Yet.
Well, tomorrow night is supposed to be Bethel night, correct?
Right.
At the ballpark, and that right now the game is scheduled for 5:00, depending on what happens here tonight. But we'll make sure that we update you before we get off the air. But we are going to take a break. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say I feel bad. I failed in one area, Frank. I couldn't get Heidi to throw the first pitch.
Oh, my goodness.
We all voted. We wanted Heidi to throw the first pitch.
Well, she's from Bethel. She's Miss Bethel,
I know
isn't she?
it, but she rather, she's type. She's selfless. She wanted to give it to the coaches there, the championship coaches, and but we wanted her to do it because she helps us out. She's
Well,
tremendous.
at the NBC, sometimes they have 2 or 3 people that toss the ball out. So maybe it's not too late.
I don't know. Well, I'll let you talk.
Well, the thing about it is, Heidi, are you left-handed or right-handed? We may be able to use you.
That's right. There you go, Heidi.
So maybe that's what she's afraid of.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, we thank Heidi very much because she's done a great job for us. She's filled in at PA for us this year, and scoreboard, and
her daughter also.
Yeah,
Zoe helps out.
And then she's kind of calmed me down a time or two whenever things weren't going right.
She says she gets a kick out of you, Frank. So
she does. Sometimes this Mexican blood just gets going, and I can't help it, but it just gets frustrating sometimes. But anyway, we are going to take a small break. Once again, do not leave your TV channels. Just stay there and keep your volume up, and we'll get back with you as soon as they clear the field of the tarp. We'll go ahead and put the shot out there of the tarp. That way you'll be able to see when they're doing that, and then we'll be back with you, hopefully, for some Newton Rebels baseball here this evening. This is Frank Martinez, the voice of the Newton Rebels, along with Mark Cavala, our general manager. Once again, in a rain delay, or lightning delay, I should say, weather delay, and hopefully we'll get some ball in here tonight. But we will be back here shortly to let you know exactly what's going on. We thank you very much, and we'll be back. And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels Baseball. This is Frank Martinez, your play-by-play announcer for tonight's ball game, and I'm joined along by Mark Cavala, our general manager here for the Newton Rebels. Well, Mark, look at the sun.
Yeah, it's out there. We've been talking about it. And I know one of our big fans or one of our followers. He told us, didn't he?
Told us that it was going to happen, and we're getting about ready to start playing some ball. They're scheduling 8:15 as the first pitch here tonight, but we're going to take you out to the field so you can see the field and look at the sun.
Yeah, look at that. Beautiful.
Go ahead and move it over just a little bit so they can see the sun over there.
Okay, here it goes.
It's nice and bright there. Go up a little bit. There you go.
Go.
But anyway, we got the sun out, and looks like we're going to be playing some ball here tonight. All right, go ahead and go back out to the field. We'll cut it back to us here. Yeah, the umpires are coming out.
That's a good sign.
So it looks like we are going to be playing ball here tonight as the Newton Rebels are in Hutchinson, Kansas. Know very much about Hutchinson?
Oh, yeah. Been here many times through the years, and it's a wonderful place for baseball. And especially college baseball and summer baseball.
Yeah, well, I lived in Hutchinson for a while. My folks lived here. They had a shoe shop down in Old Town there, and went to school here for a couple years. And back when I was a youngster.
Yeah, it's a few years ago.
Not that
just
long
a few
years ago.
Now, I know one thing. You know the golf courses here. I know
well,
that.
There's one right. I mean, there's one. You can see the holes right here from right outside the window here.
Jake, when we were driving up, he was wondering if you were playing golf here already. So.
Well, not yet. But anyway, we are here, and we're going to be playing some ball, looks like, as the umpires are now at home plate. We're going to go ahead and go with the starting lineups here for tonight's game. We're going to give you the first of all for the Newton Rebels, as the Rebels visit the Hutchinson Monarchs. That is the next to last game for the Newton Rebels.
Yep, and like I said, hopefully we heard there's some rain in Newton. And we're just hoping that we can be able to play that game tomorrow, and then that will be the last game.
And that will be the last game. That game right now is scheduled for 5 p.m. tomorrow evening. So we're going to go ahead and go with the starting lineups. First of all, for the Newton Rebels. Leading off and playing shortstop will be number 1, Andrew Brutman. Batting second will be the third baseman, number 35, Tyzik Nolan. Batting third and playing center field will be number 14, Trey Winged. Batting fourth and catching, number 22, Connor Allen. Batting fifth and DHing will be number 20, Aiden Corrigan. Batting sixth and playing first base will be number 16, Anthony Zellner. Batting seventh and playing second base will be number 6, Camden Jurgensen. Batting eighth and playing right field will be number 8, Thomas Campion. Batting ninth and playing left field will be number 0, Eli Hickman. And pitching for the Newton Rebels will be number 38, Carson Jacobs. Jacobs comes in hot here tonight, Carv.
Yeah, definitely one of the I'd say one of the top starters for the summer, and he's just started getting better and better as the season went along.
Well, he has got the season record for strikeouts with 66 strikeouts here this season so far. And he gets another start here tonight. So Carson Jacobs will be on the mound for the Newton Rebels. We'll give you some more information about him in just a second. But we're going to go ahead and go with the starting lineups now for the home team, the Hutchinson Monarchs. Leading off and playing shortstop will be number 1, Jordan Ardois. Batting second will be the third baseman, number 2, Cheney Dodge. Batting third and playing left field will be number 7, Tanner White. Batting fourth and playing second base will be number 8, Cole Cosman. Batting fifth and playing right field will be number 15, Carter Young. Batting sixth and playing first base will be number 30, Garrett Cosas. Batting seventh and playing center field will be number 18, Garrett Anglum. Batting eighth and DHing will be number 25, Breck Nowick. Batting ninth and catching will be number 21, Noah Grice. And pitching here this evening for the Hutchinson Monarchs will be number 29, Zach Gould. Gould on the mound for the Monarchs.
Yeah, I was just looking up. I was going to talk about some of the things like Jacobs with a 5-3 record, 49 2/3 earned runs. I mean, 5.26 ERA, but he has the 49 innings. That's quite a bit. That's probably could say I think he only had like 12 or so at Kansas Newman. So, or Newman University. I'm still back in the old days.
Yeah.
Newman University. But anyway, so anyway, you could see he's getting some good work in. That when he goes to Gateway, he ends up going to Gateway Community College this fall. He's definitely got some work that he's put in. So it's good to see.
So that's our starting lineups for tonight's game. Once again, we'd like to thank all our sponsors, Pate and Paul Attorneys at Law, Cobra Enterprise Store and Stuff, and Realty Connections, the Colonel Tim Mahler family in honor of the Kansas Guard, your home team, always ready, always there. Pitching changes are sponsored by Ray Roofing. They have you covered. Home runs are sponsored by the John Odeman family, proud friends of the Newton Rebels. And then great plays or players of the game are sponsored by the Carl Hodges and family. The Rebels tradition continues since the year 2000. Also like to thank Back Alley Pizzas and Curtis C's. Also all our host families who helped us out in all the years, but especially this year at the year after COVID.
Oh, yeah, it was tough. It was tough because I know back a few years ago we had quite a few host families kind of lined up, and then especially with COVID, some dropped out, some stayed with it, and we so much appreciate you because I don't think we would be able to field a team, and where do we put these guys? So we thank you very much, and if you want to be a host family for next year and 22, let us know. Just let us know. If you want to be a sponsor, let us know. We definitely could use some volunteers, right?
Yes, exactly
So,
right.
I mean,
and not only that, but I want to put it out there. If you want to be a sponsor the strikeouts. We have two of the top in the league on strikeouts, Zach Gillick and Carson Jacobs.
And I was thinking, I was to say the bullpen change.
Yeah,
We saw a lot of that this year.
Yeah, exactly right. So that's the two things. You're going to get your money's worth, guaranteed. Especially Gillick will probably come back again next year. And I know that the Jacobs family is very high on the Newton Rebels. And they both said, Mary and husband said that they have him. He has really improved a lot here this summer. So, and we saw that.
Right.
You know.
And like I'll tell you, as a GM, I just hope people remember us. I know through the years, a lot of Rebel players went on to some great things in some of their colleges, and all thing we ask is players recruit players. So help us get to another level.
Yeah. So they are doing the starting lineups out there now, and so we'll take you back out to the field, and we'll probably take a small break for the national anthem. And after the national anthem, looks like we'll be ready to play ball, as it is now 8:14 here, as scheduled for 8:15. Once again, I'm sure that they'll be doing the national anthem, and so we'll be right back after the national anthem. You're watching Newton Rebels baseball.
It's time for Hutchinson Monarchs baseball. I have an idea. I'm supposed to do an anthem. Somebody might tell us.
And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels Baseball. Once again, this is Frank Martinez, your play-by-play announcer, joined along by Mark Cavala, our general manager. Here tonight, as the Hutchinson Monarchs will take on your Newton Rebels. Defensively for the Monarchs at first base, we'll have number 30, Kosis. At second baseman, number 8, Cosman. At shortstop will be number 1, Ardois. At third base, number 2, Dodge. Left fielder will be number 7, White. Center fielder will be number 18, Anglam. Right fielder will be number 15, Young. Catcher number 21, Grace. And pitching for the Hutchinson Monarchs will be number 29, Zach Gould. Gould on the mound for the Monarchs.
I don't know if anybody noticed something different about Frank right here.
Yeah, what is different about Frank? By the way, Zach Gould for the Hutchinson, it comes in with a 2-1 record. He has pitched 30 innings, has given up 11 runs, 33 strikeouts, and he comes in with a 2.10 ERA, as he is third in the league in ERA.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you have around 30 innings, and especially in the summer season, you're pretty impressive there with that ERA like that. That's pretty good. That's a good amount of innings and an ERA that's especially good with the wood bats.
So leading off for the Newton Rebels as we're ready to get started. Don't forget to tell your family and friends about Newton Rebels baseball as we're just underway here in the bottom half of the or top half of the first inning. Sorry about that, but my internet went out, and I'm trying to get some stats here. The first pitch there is
to Brotman. Yeah, it's good to see
strike
him
one.
back in the lineup. Like I said, he's been with us all year.
I'm going to have to stand up because I can't see the
It kind of has that ridge
swing.
right there. But Brotman.
As Zach Gould is now on the mound, and he's ready for that second pitch. That one is fouled off there by Brutman as the count now goes to no balls and 2 strikes. Here in the top half of the first inning. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's Brotman's 34th game, 127 at-bats, hitting .354. And what'd you say that was? What was that in the league there?
He is
fourth, I think.
Fourth, yes,
Yeah.
Swing and a miss there by Brutman as he goes down swinging for out number 1.
Yeah, that was a pretty tough slider right there that he couldn't hold off on. I mean, it was a pretty good break. You say Gold has some good pitches, what I hear.
That'll bring up the third baseman, number 35, Tyzik Nolan.
Yeah, Nolan yesterday, he was 0 for 2. Had a fly ball, struck out, and also got hit with a pitch.
That one misses for ball 1, so the count is 1 ball, no strikes with 1 out here in the top half of the first inning. And here's Gould's pitch. That one is lifted foul, and the catcher backs up and not going to be able to get to it. That goes off the stands there. They have a awning
Right. Yeah.
on the stand, so the count will even up now at 1 ball, 1 strike. Once again, you're watching Newton Rebels baseball. We hope you enjoy today's broadcast. Here's the pitch. That's a check swing there by Nolan, but he does go around, so the count will now go to no balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, Tyzik Nolan, he was with the Andale team, and
that one called strike 3 right across the knees, and going down looking is Tyzik Nolan for out number 2.
Yeah, not a good start, 2 straight strikeouts. Now, Wingate had a pretty good game, Frank, yesterday with a 2 for 4 with a single and a double, basically off the wall. Strike out, and he got on a fielder's choice.
I did see that. That was the inning that they scored 2 runs, I believe.
Yep.
There's a ball that misses low for ball 1 as the count now goes to 1 ball, no strike. 2 down now here in the top half of the first inning. No score yet so far. So we're just underway. Ball hit to the second baseman. Cosman goes to first for out number 3. So it is a 1-2-3 inning here for the Newton Rebels as they score no runs on no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. At the end of 1/2 inning of play, it is the Rebels 0 and the Hutchinson Monarchs coming to bat. Well, Mark, we're playing ball. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, who would have
Carve, I'm
thought
sorry.
that? Who
Did
would
I
have
call
thought
you
that?
Mark?
It's fine, whatever. but anyway, over an hour ago, we were in doubt, weren't we? Like I said, Mark Blackham called me, the GM of Hutch, and said, "Hey, what do you want to do? Let's talk about tomorrow, and maybe have to play a doubleheader." And I'm going, "Well, I don't think we will be able to, starting at 5 o'clock and have no lights over at Newton." But let's just play it out and see what happens here. And look at this, just beautiful, just a beautiful evening.
Yes, it is. So we are here and going to go into the bottom half of the first inning with no score. And defensively for the Newton Rebels at first base will be number 16, Zellner. Zellner normally catches, and he's going to be playing first base here this evening. Second baseman will be number 6, Jurgensen. At shortstop will be number 1, Brotman. Third base, number 35, Nolan. Left fielder will be number 0, Hickman. Center fielder, number 14, Wingett. Right fielder will be number 8, Capion. Catching will be number 22, Allen. And pitching for the Newton Rebels, number 38, Carson Jacobs.
Yeah, Jacobs definitely needs to go deep into this game. He's got to be efficient. That's one thing we were talking about. And he can be if he has his pitches going. If he has that fastball going, he has that off speed going for him. And, really, he's the type of guy with 2 pitches that he can be dominant.
So Carson Jacobs, the single season strikeout leader in Newton history with a total of 66, and he'll be adding to that here tonight if he can get some strikeouts. Leading off for the Hudson Monarchs in the bottom half of the first inning will be the shortstop, number 1, Jordan Ardois.
Yeah, they were a tough team to strike out, only 3 strikeouts yesterday, so we'll see what Carson can do, though.
Here's the first pitch by Jacobs. That one misses outside for ball 1. So the count 1 ball, no strikes now to Ardois, who's playing shortstop here this evening for the Hutchinson Monarchs.
Ardois 3 for 4 yesterday. Frank also had a home run, had a big home run with 2 singles.
And that one hits the outside corner as the count will even up now at 1 ball and 1 strike. Ardois batting .342 here for the Monarchs.
Yeah, he's a 5'11", 210-pounder. He was a freshman at LSU Alexandria, Pine Prairie, Louisiana. A lot of Louisiana guys they get up here.
And here's the pitch by Jacobs. That one hits the outside corner for strike 3. So that is out number 1. And Ardois goes down looking for the first out here of the bottom half of the first inning. So we do have 1 down. And that is strikeout number 67 of the year so far here for Carson Jacob. That will bring up the third baseman, number 2, Cheney Dodge.
Yeah, Dodge didn't play yesterday, but right-hander, 5'10", 190. He's a junior from Stephen F. Austin from Corinth Crow, Louisiana.
One pitch hit to the second baseman, and Jurgensen makes that catch for out number 2. So a 4 fly out to the second baseman for the second out. So we do have 2 down, and that will bring up the left fielder, number 7, Tanner White.
White's always tough out. Like I said, he batted in a 3-hole right here. Yesterday he had a triple and a single. He was a 2 for 5, but he's killed in this series. He's definitely killed the Rebels.
White comes in batting .344 for the Monarchs. First pitch is in there for call strike 1.
So he's getting his off speed over. That's nice.
Yeah, remember last time he had a little trouble with the fastball, and he counted on that breaking ball, and that one there was in there for a strike. The last time he was on the mound, that is. That one misses low for ball 1, so the count will even up at 1-1. Once again, White batting .344 as he's appeared in 34 ball games, has been up to bat 131 times, has 45 hits, and has scored 31 runs. He does have a total of 33 RBIs here this season. Here's the pitch by Jacobs. That one hits the outside corner as the count will now go to 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2 down here in the bottom half of the first inning. No score between your Newton Rebels and the Hudson Monarchs, who have won the league, by the way. Congratulations to Hudson. Here's the pitch by Jacobs. A swing and a miss there by White, and he goes down for out number 3. And that is the second strikeout recorded by Carson Jacobs as he now goes to 68 on the season.
And what's great, a zero on that scoreboard in the first inning. That's awesome. A great start for the Rebels.
So, no, at the end of one inning of play, we have no score, and we're going to be right back.
Number 22, Connor Allen.
And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels baseball as we go to the top half of the second inning. Due up for the Newton Rebels will be the catcher, number 22, Connor Allen.
Connor Allen from Wichita, playing at Barton County.
That one is fouled off there by Allen. As the count now goes to no balls, one strike. And somebody says the shirt. That is Bob Brotman.
That Bob, our friend Bob out there, he's very observant. But he also knows the weather. He said it's going to clear up, and look at it. It's beautiful, Bob.
Count is 1 ball, 1 strike now to Allen. That one misses high for ball 2. So that's right. I did put on my Newton Rebels shirt, the one with the logo on the wrong side, thanks to General Manager Mark Cavala.
We got to be different.
You got to be different, he says. That one is hit hard there by Allen. That one going back, and the left fielder not going to be able to get to it. That's going to be up against the wall, and that's going to be a stand-up double for Connor Allen as Connor Allen and the Rebels record the first hit of the ball game.
Yeah, Frank, right there. A good fastball right there. And Connor Allen has some pop. He just needs to get that barrel out front. Once he gets a barrel out front and makes contact, that's what happens. Sometimes he just lets the ball get a little too deep.
By the way, that double is sponsored by Cobra Enterprise, Store and Stuff, and Realty Connections. That will bring up the designated hitter number 20, Aiden Corrigan. So we have runner on at second base with no out here in the top half of the second inning. That first pitch to Corrigan misses outside as the count now goes to 1 ball, no strikes. I remember there was something about Hutchinson that was different. I cannot see the home plate.
That's why they got high stools over here. That's right.
So I will have to stand up to the call of the game here. There is a ball that is fouled off by Corrigan as the count will now go to 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, I'm going to have to remember that because I would be doing some PA announcing for the NBC World Series here starting on the 4th, I believe it is. And also we'll be doing some play-by-play for the NBC World Series. So might have to bring my own stool. They do have one for the PA announcers, so we'll see what happens. The ball hits the second baseman. Second baseman moves to his right and does go to first base for out number 1. Moving over to third base is Connor Allen on the play. Good job there by Aiden Corrigan.
I was about to say Corrigan needs to look for something that he could pull the ball, move him over, and that's exactly what he did. That's execution.
So we now have a runner on at third base with 1 down, and that will bring up the first baseman, number 16, Anthony Zellner.
Zellner was 1 for 3 yesterday with a double.
Zellner, a very good bunter here for the Newton Rebels. Not sure what Coach Clark has on, but here's the first pitch to Zellner. That one hit hard into center field. Center fielder backing up. Backing up is going to be able to get to it, but is out on the warning track and tagging up from third base is Connor Allen as the first run of the ball game goes to the Newton Rebels and a RBI out there for Anthony Zellner.
Yeah, excellent execution right there. I mean, with the double by Connor Allen and then hitting the ground ball over again. I mean, that's team ball right there. That's your team. And then sacrifice fly by Zellner, perfect.
So we have 2 down now, and that will bring up the second baseman, number 6, Camden Jurgensen. First pitch misses high for a ball 1. As the count goes, 1 ball, no strike now to Jurgensen.
Yeah, Camden was 0 for 1 yesterday with 2 walks.
Here's the pitch now. That one misses inside for ball 2. Jurgensen comes in batting. 162. He has appeared in 15 ball games, has been up to bat 37 times, has 6 hits, and has scored 1 run. That one misses inside for ball 3. So 3-0 now the count to Jurgensen, as we do have 2 down, but the score is 1-0 in favor of your Newton Rebels. That one in there for call strike as Jurgensen takes a step towards first base, but umpire said not too quick there, young man. That one, it was a strike. So 3-1 now the count.
Jurgensen from Butler County, but he had some nice defensive plays yesterday.
There's Gould pitch. Ball hits the third baseman. Third baseman will move to his left, go across, but it's going to be a high throw there by the third baseman, Dodge. So that will be an error.
Yeah, Dodge right there just kind of lit up his throw instead of just firing it over there.
So there will be a runner on at first base now here in the top half of the first inning with 2 down. And that will bring up the right fielder, number 8, Thomas Capion.
Capion was 0 for 3 yesterday with 3 fly out pop-ups.
By the way, you asked me the other day how that lunch was. I took Mr. Capion out for lunch here last week. He was very pleased to have, he says, man, this is like home. We had Hawaiian food. Can you believe that? There's Hawaiian food in Wichita.
He's very similar. That's what he said. It's just like
home.
It
was just, he said this is just like home. The only difference was the pork that we had was not being cooked in the ground. Like he explained it to me how they cook it in the ground. They put it in the ground, leave it there for 12 to 24 hours. And anyway, we had some really good food. I really enjoyed it. And when I go to Hawaii, for whatever reason I go to there for,
we're supposed to go golfing.
We're supposed to go golfing.
That's right.
The Capion said that they would take us out and be our tour guides. And, man, I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, yeah. That's definitely something to look forward to.
We're going to have to do that one day, Carv.
Yep.
Whenever we hit the lottery. How's that?
Yeah, that's it.
Count is 2 balls, 1 strike now to Capion. And here's the pitch by Gould. That one hit out to center field. Center fielder backing up. That's going to be over his head. And going to second base will be Thomas Capion. And rounding third base will be Jurgensen. And the score is now 2-0 in favor of your Newton Rebels. That is the second double of the ball game. That double is sponsored by Cobra Enterprise Store and Stuff and Realty Connections. Also, those plays at the plate are sponsored by the Colonel Tim Marler family in honor of the Kansas Guard. Your home team, always ready, always there. So 2-0 is the score as Thomas Capion reaches on a double and an RBI.
Yeah, and look, Frankie took advantage of it. It looked like a hanging slider right there. Just kind of hung up, just went right with it and burned that center fielder.
That one misses outside for ball 1.
And we know Capion, when he squares the ball up, the ball can go. Obviously, he had 10 home runs this past spring, so you know that once he gets his pitch, he could drive it.
Yeah, he had 10 home runs, and he batted .340 for the team. There goes Capion to third base. The throw down to third base is going to be in time, it looks like, as Capion picks up the third baseman, a gentleman he is, as we found out there on the interview that we had with him, and that is for the third out. So the score is 2-0 in favor of the Newton Rebels, as the Newton Rebels score 2 runs. And that is 2 hits, 1 error, and nobody left on base. So at the end of 1.5, it is the Rebels 2 and the the Rebels 2 and the Hudson Monarchs 0, and we'll be right back. And we welcome you to Newton Rebels Baseball. This is Frank Martinez and Mark Cavala, our general manager for the Newton Rebels. We'd like to welcome some people that are on YouTube that are watching, and they are Bob Brotman, and I think there was somebody else here that was on earlier.
Daniel Corrigan.
Daniel Corrigan, also Christy Brotman. We'd like to welcome you. And look who's joining us, Jim Williams.
Mr. Jim.
Mr. Jim is there. It says Go Rebels from Mr. Jim.
It's always good to hear from him, isn't it? He just,
Yes, it is. So Jim is our volunteer, and he is the hospitality man, right?
yep, director of hospitality.
Director of hospitality. As we get ready to get started, Jacob's first pitch to Cole Cosman was ball one. That one misses for ball two. So 2 balls, no strikes now to Cosman, who's playing second base here this evening for the Hudson Monarchs.
He played third base yesterday and went 2 for 4.
Cosman comes in batting 414, that is, as he's appeared in 24 ball games, has been up the bat 87 times, has 36 hits, has scored 28 runs, and has a total of 27 RBIs. That ball hit to the second baseman. Second baseman Jurgensen moves to his right, and he throws the ball away. But a nice job there by Connor Allen. So on at first base will be Cosman.
Yeah, that's tough right there. You don't want your pitcher throwing extra pitches right there, and especially when you have a 2-0 lead. You don't want to get something going. You want that shutdown inning.
So that is an error there by Jurgensen, as he got there in plenty of time, but just it seemed like the ball just flew right out of his hand. Runner did stay at first base because Connor Allen, the catcher, was backing that up and was able to get to the ball.
I think sometimes an infielder looks at the runner, kind of notices the runners, and then he rushes everything, and he just released it too early.
That will bring up the right fielder, number 15, Carter Young. Young comes in batting .382 for the Monarchs.
Yeah, he had quite a game yesterday, 3 for 4, had 2 singles and a double. He had a good day.
As the count goes, no balls, 1 strike now to Carter Young. A left-handed batter here for the Monarchs.
Get the ground ball to help out, make up for that.
And here's Jacob's pitch. That one a swing and a miss there by Young, as the count will now go to no balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, he's got some good movement on that right there.
Young once again batting .382, has appeared in 24 ball games, has been up to bat 89 times, that is, 34 hits and 23 RBIs. He does have a total of, that's 12 RBIs and 23 runs scored. That one misses inside. That gets away from Connor Allen. And moving over to second base will be Cosman, as the count now goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. That's too bad there by that ball getting away from Allen. Might have crossed him up there just a little bit.
Yeah, I think it just got away. He pointed himself. Carson did right there, pat himself on the chest. Hey, that's me.
Yeah,
like they say anymore, my bad.
Yeah.
Whatever. But just get back on there. Do what you did, especially that first inning. Forget the error. Just come right after him.
So 1 ball, 2 strikes now to Young. And here is Jacob's pitch. That one misses outside, and that will even up the count now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. We are in the bottom half of the second inning. 2-0 is the score in favor of your Newton Rebels. As we had an hour and 10 minutes rain delay, or 15 minutes, I should say, as the game started at 8:15 approximately. Here's the pitch. That one just hits that outside corner. What a great pitch there by Carson Jacobs, as Jacobs records his 3rd strikeout of the ball game, and that is strikeout number 69 now for the season.
I'm going to say Carson right there. Just don't overthrow, and you see that movement. He's got 2 pitches working pretty well, and the thing is, I always tell pitchers, when you want to overthrow, throw less, because you let your movement. If you try to overthrow, that's when it gets flat and it's very hittable.
That will bring up the first baseman, number 30, Garrett Kosis. First at bat, okay.
Oh, it's first at bat. Okay, I was looking for him.
Yeah, we were looking for Mr. Kosman's stats, but this is his first at bat that they say. PA announcer helping us out there. We appreciate it very much. So the count is 1 ball, no strikes now. Here's the pitch by, and a swing and a miss there by Kosas. And that takes the count now to 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1 ball, 1 strike now to Kosas, who's playing first base here this evening for the Hudson Monarchs. First time at the plate here in this season with just 2 games left. And here's the pitch by Jacobs. That one misses outside, and that will take the count now to 2 balls and 1 strike. We're going to open up this window. Is that all right?
Yeah.
So that way it doesn't reflect.
Yeah, matter of fact, I should have been open.
Yeah.
So I think it was earlier, but
Thank you.
there you go.
Now, I was noticing a little glare there, so that's why I thought I'd better do that. Count is 2 balls, 1 strike. That one hits the outside corner, and that will even up the count now at 2-2. Boy, Jacobs really hitting those corners here tonight.
That's it. And he's pitching.
And, yeah,
He's
and you
pitching
noticed
in a-
that last time he pitched, he wasn't getting that fastball on the outside corner. He was having a hard time placing, but his breaking ball was really working good for him. And here's the pitch by Jacobs. There's another one just barely misses, as that
low.
would take the count to full now at 3-2. Just must have been a tad low.
Well, him and I had a good talk, Frank, the other day, and I said, you got a great future. You just stay focused, stay committed.
And you know, the thing I like about it, Mr. Jacobs comes from a good family.
Yeah.
You know,
we're a great family.
Yeah, great family. And there's a swing and a miss there by Kosas as he goes down for out number 2. And that is the second strikeout recorded here in this inning by Carson Jacobs. And that is the 4th strikeout of the ball game for Jacobs.
And remember, Kosas last year played for the Sluggers, Wichita State.
And that will bring up the center fielder number 18, Garrett Anglem, as we have 2 down now here in the bottom half of the second inning. 2-0 is the score in favor of your Newton Rebels. And Carson Jacobs pitch. That one misses high for ball 1.
And Ingram yesterday was 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Like I said, he's one of the hot hitters too that they have.
Anglem comes in batting .307 for the Hudson Monarchs, as he's appeared in 30 ball games, has been up to bat 114 times, has 35 hits, and has scored 18 runs. There's the pitch. That fastball just gets away from Allen, but he was able to track it down as the count now goes to 2 balls and no strikes.
He plays his baseball at University of Nebraska.
He does have a total of 14 RBIs. 15 RBI is sitting at second base right now, as we do have 2 down. 2-0 the score in favor of your Rebels. Carson Jacobs steps off as Anglem steps out of the box. Once again, 2 balls, no strikes to Anglem, who's playing center field here this evening for the Hudson Monarchs.
Yeah, good athlete.
And here is Jacobs' pitch. That one misses or hits the outside corner, as the count now goes to 2 balls, 1 strike. I thought it was a strike, but the umpire's got kind of a little delay on this call strike. You can hear it, but then he finally raises his hand.
You just got to wait. You just got to wait for that.
Yeah, you just got to wait for it. All umpires are so different. That one hits the inside corner, and that will even up the count now at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And I like right now his, like you said, his tempo. We talk about tempo all the time, Frank, with the pitchers. He's in a good tempo. He's just nice and relaxed. Like I said, he's pitching. He's not overthrowing. He's not just throwing.
I see why this is not showing us our balls and strikes. Well, there we go. And our 3 balls, 2 strikes. If you don't take off the final here, that stays like that, and you don't get balls and strikes. So anyway, the count is full now. So I just took that final off there from yesterday's score, and the count is full now at 3-2. So Carson Jacobs ready to go to work on that 3-2 pitch, and there's a swing and a miss there by Anglem as he strikes out the side here in the bottom half of the second inning. So the bottom half of the second inning for the Hudson Monarchs, they score no runs on no hits, 1 error and 1 left on base. At the end of 2 innings of play, it is the Newton Rebels 2 and the Hudson Monarchs 0, and we'll be right back. And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels Baseball as we go to the top half of the third inning. Due up for the Newton Rebels will be the first base, or correction, the left fielder number 0, Eli Hickman.
Yeah, Hickman was 2 for 4 yesterday with a triple, exciting triple, one of the most exciting plays in baseball, and a single. Whoa.
That ball hit into right field. Right fielder moving towards the line. Looks like he's going to get under it. Makes the catch for out number 1. The right fielder, Carter Young, making the catch out in right field for that first out. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Yeah,
now here in the top half of the third inning.
He jumped on that fastball, just got a little under it. I mean, he has some good pop. He's not that big a guy, but he has some good pop.
And that will bring up the shortstop number 1, Andrew Brutman. As Brotman struck out his first time up, went down swinging. That ball hit to the right-hand side is fouled off there by Brotman as the count now goes to no balls, 1 strike. Here in the top half of the third inning, if you're just now joining us, 2-0 is the score in favor of your Newton Rebels as they scored 2 runs in the top half of the second inning.
Yeah, they just need to keep scoring, keep adding on, keep executing. If you got to play small ball, whatever you got to do, keep adding on.
And that one misses inside, and that will even up the count now at 1 ball and 1 strike.
I'd like to see guys like Brotman get on, guys with speed or anything, wing it. You know, some of those guys make something happen.
Well, like I say, we have a lot of players here tonight that are not even playing their position. That one misses high as the count now goes to 2 balls, 1 strike. As we have a lot of players that have gone home early.
Right, yeah.
And it happened not only to the Newton Rebels, but it's happened all throughout the league.
Right, and this is happening, and I don't get it, but
that ball lifted foul by, and it's going to be out of play there by Andrew Brotman as the count will now go to 2 balls and 2 strikes.
It's just like Coach Clark says, it is what it is. I mean, what can you do about it? But it's just
it's frustrating.
Yeah, it is frustrating because when you put a team together as general manager or coach, you expect the guys to play the whole season, and loyalty and all that stuff to each other.
Here's the pitch. That ball fouled off there by Brotman. That out into the parking lot area.
And
I parked behind a tree.
Yeah, so did I over there. But I'll tell you, Frank, I mean, but you think about it. If you think about when you played ball, you want to play baseball and you want to get better. And so what's the best way? Go out and play.
Yeah.
And summer ball's, it's great. You don't have to go to school. You just go play baseball.
So 2 balls, 2 strikes, and here's the pitch there by Gould. That one hit to the right-hand side. That's going to be in for a base hit by Andrew Brotman as that goes right between first and second, and Brotman records his first hit of the ball game.
Yeah, they threw that slider right there and just went away, and that's what you do. Just go with the pitch, and you have that big hole between first base and second. Brotman did a great job.
That is the 3rd hit of the ball game for the Newton Rebels, so we'll have a runner on at first base with 1 down, and that will bring up the third baseman, number 35, Tysick Nolan.
It's going to be interesting to see how Coach Clark calls a game right now with a lead, especially 2-0 lead. Is he going to be aggressive and see what happens?
That one is lifted into the infield. Second baseman looks like he's getting under it. That's Cosman. He does make the catch for out number 2. Once again, 1 pitch, and now we have 2 down.
Yeah, he just dropped his hands. When you drop your hands like that, it's going to be probably pretty easy pop-up. And like I said, again, get on top of the ball, hit through those infield holes right there, and get things going.
That will bring up the center fielder, number 14, Trey Wingett. So Wingett now up. He is 0 for 1 here tonight as he grounded out to the second baseman his first time up. He made that ball hit up the middle, but the shortstop is playing there. He has to go to first base, and nobody at first base. So both that does go into the dugout that one looked like the shortstop was going to toss to the second baseman. Second baseman made a late break there. So
what made that was Brotman hustling.
That's right. I was going to say Brotman
hustling right there because he got there to second quick.
Yeah, I was going to say Brotman was already almost standing on second base, and so the shortstop decided not to toss it to the second baseman for the force out. Instead, went to first base, and by that time, the first baseman had already thought that was going to be out number 3, so he wasn't even at first base. So that's going to be error number 2 now for the Hudson Monarchs, as they have runners on at Rebels have runners on at second and third. as Wingett reaches on an error by the shortstop. He's standing at second base. Standing at third base is Nolan Riley. And what that happened
Well,
there?
just a fly ball. Connor Allen has swung the first pitch. F8.
F8, center field. Okay,
Yep.
I was talking, so I had my head down.
Yeah, jumped right on that first pitch. But like I said, he's a guy that started it off in that second inning.
So the top out the third inning for the Newton Rebels. They score no runs on one hit, one error, and two left on base. At the end of 2.5 innings of play, the Newton Rebels 2 and the Hudson Monarchs 0. And we'll be right back. And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels baseball as we go to the bottom half of the third inning. 2-0 is the score in favor of your Newton Rebels. And due up now for the Hudson Monarchs will be the designated hitter number 25, Breck Nowick.
Nowick, a guy we know before, has been around. he has had Illinois, Chicago, Lake Forest, Illinois.
So Nowick now coming up to the plate here in the bottom half of the third inning. It will be followed by Grice and Ardois. That first pitch in there by Carson Jacobs as the count now goes to no balls and one strike. Jacobs is getting right on top of the batters. That one a check swing there by Nowick, and he did go around, so the count will now go to no balls, two strikes.
And you can see how they're going to be with the 0-2 count, how smart they're going to be.
So here is the pitch here by Jacobs. That one a fastball in there for call strike right across the knees. And going down looking was Nowick for out number one. And that is the sixth strikeout recorded by Carson Jacobs.
Yeah, like we were talking about, pretty excited about Carson Jacobs because we talked about before how he's getting better every start. And look at this. I mean, this is awesome.
That will bring up the catcher number 21, Noah Grice. So Jacobs came in with 66 strikeouts as he is the single season strikeout king in the record books here for Newton Rebels. And make that now 72 as he has 6 here this evening. So Jacobs in with 72 strikeouts this season so far.
A little low. I might have disagreed with umpire on that one.
2 balls, no strikes now to Noah Grice, who's catching here this evening for the Monarchs. Here's the pitch by Jacobs. That one hits the outside corner as the count now goes to 2-1. Boy, you can tell Jacobs got a lot of confidence in that pitch.
Like I said, look at his rhythm. I mean, give me the ball, boom, let's go. Gets the sign, and he throws. Just.
And Noah Grice knows that, so he stepped out there trying to disrupt him just a little bit. But that's what good batters are supposed to do.
You're supposed to do.
So here's the pitch there. That one just misses outside as the count will now go to 3 balls, 1 strike. And Connor Allen tried to backhand that one, did pop out of his glove. 3 balls, 1 strike now to Noah Grice as we have 1 down here in the bottom half of the third inning.
And Connor Allen and him, they're on the same page definitely right now.
That one right across the letters for call strike, and that will take the count to full now at 3-2.
This is a great hitting team. Hutch Monarchs, the champions in Sunflower. And I know they got a couple guys that haven't played in a couple games, but, man, they're still playing a lot of their best players.
Well, they are leading.
Look at that.
They are leading the league. A strikeout there.
Wow.
As Grice goes down for out number 2. And that is the 7th strikeout recorded this evening by Carson Jacobs.
You know, Frank, I was talking about if he gets two of his pitches working, I think he's got 3 now. I think he's been working with, and he's definitely locating really well. That slider looks like.
That will bring up the shortstop number 1, Jordan Ardois. So Carson Jacobs with 7 strikeouts here this evening. And that one misses outside as the count now goes to 1 ball, no strikes. Well, you know, last time Jacobs pitched, he threw a 1-hitter and became the single season record holder for strikeouts. And that one is fouled off, and that will even up the count now at 1 ball, 1 strike.
We got to look at him. Here's a 6'8" guy, big target like that. I remember, you know, when I was playing, seeing a big old guy like that, I go, whoa, you know, he probably throws pretty hard. Well, this guy does throw hard, just that he's got to be around the plate. And that's what he's been working on from that first start of the season to now.
So here's the pitch by Jacobs. That one hits Ardois as he will now go down to first base as he turned around there, and it did come inside. Looks like Jacobs tried to throw a breaking ball and just didn't break.
I don't know if it was more of a changeup or what, just kind of how his release was right there. But, yeah, he didn't get around on it. And but like I said, you know, it's with 2 outs. Well, we always say, Frank, if you're going to put somebody on, do it with 2 outs.
So there is a runner now on to first base with that is Ardois. That would bring up the third baseman, number 2, Cheney Dodge. Dodge is 0 for 1 here tonight.
There's keep pumping him in there.
That one in there for call strike.
Yeah, Cheney Dodge, he didn't play yesterday. Stephen
Dodge,
F. Austin.
Dodge comes in batting .256 for the Monarchs. And here's Jacobs' pitch. That one hit hard there by White. That was going to go a diving effort there by the left fielder. It's going to fall in for a base hit. And standing at second base will be Cheney Dodge. And moving over to third base is Ardois. A good effort there by the left fielder, Eli Hickman.
Yeah, that was
looked like he kind of knocked it down, didn't it?
Yeah, it looked like he did with his speed. And, you know, I thought maybe he was going to get it. He's so fast, but he just I bet he got his glove on it. Looked like it, like you said, and just knocked it straight down. So
that will put runners on at second and third with 2 down, and that is the first base hit recorded there by the Hutchinson Monarchs.
And Hickman might have saved a run right there because if that goes to the fence, they're probably scoring. They're a pretty fast team.
So great job there by Eli Hickman. And that brings up the left fielder, number 7, Tanner White. White also struck out his first time up as the count is no balls, 1 strike. 2 down here in the bottom half of the third inning.
Tanner White's got to be one of the leaders in RBIs.
White comes in batting .344. There's a ball hit foul. And that was kind of a check swing there by White. And the count will now go to no balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, been very
White comes in with 33 RBIs for the Hudson Monarchs.
Watched him a lot the last few games here.
He has 45 hits as he has scored 31 runs. .344 batting average for Tanner White. And he does have ducks on the pond here for the Monarchs.
2 strikes.
That one breaking ball just misses outside as the count will now even up at or go to correction, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Forgot about that foul ball.
Yeah,
Thought I clicked it, but I guess I didn't.
Didn't tell you, Frank, but Tanner White is from Oklahoma Christian. He's from El Dorado.
So 1 ball, 2 strikes now to White. And here is Jacobs' pitch. Breaking ball just misses outside. And that will even up the count now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. I can't see what Jim Williams is saying there.
Well,
he says, Frank, PM taking
orders.
Orders for those who want.
Want your standing order from Mr. Jim.
Okay.
Okay. Well, it's your standing order. You're the guy that gets everything served.
Well, Jim, I do want to tell you something. Carv brought me some shaved ice here tonight.
Yeah.
Can you believe that?
Well,
look what you started, Jim.
Mr. Jim wasn't here, so we pick up each other like you always say, Frank. We're a team. So
the count goes full now at 3-2 now to Tanner White. I mentioned one time to Jim Williams that I don't drink that much water when I'm doing play-by-play or PA announcing, because then you got to go to the restroom. So the best thing to do is get some ice and just chew on the ice while you're talking. It takes care of the vocal cords, and you don't have to go to the bathroom as much. That ball lifted into center field. Center fielder coming in, making the catch for out number 3. Great job there by Carson Jacobs, as he had 2 down, and then with runners on at second and third, got out of the inning. So at the end of 3 innings played, is the Newton Rebels 2 and the Hudson Monarchs 0, and we'll be right back. And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels Baseball, as we're in the dark here.
Yeah, it is in the dark.
Yeah, there's
Goodness,
Mark
camera.
Cavallo, general manager for the Newton Rebels, and I'm Frank Martinez, your play-by-play announcer, as we go to the top half of the 4th inning. The score is 2-0 in favor of your Newton Rebels. Due up for the Rebels will be the designated hitter number 20, Aiden Corrigan. So we'll take you back out the field as we go to the top half of the 4th inning.
Again, Rebels just need to get on base, keep scoring, pick up a run, get some separation going here, because Hutch, they can hit.
Zach Gould ready to go to work, and that one misses inside as the count now goes to 1 ball and no strikes. Up is Aiden Corrigan, who grounded out to the second baseman his first time up, as he made the first out in the top half of the 2nd inning. And now they call timeout as the catcher for the Hudson Monarchs, Noah Grice, goes out to talk to Zach Gould.
Corrigan, right now, he's one of the leading hitters, returning guys that I think a bunch have left, but he's hitting 275. He's had a pretty solid season, 30 games, 102 at-bats. Like I say, he's been pretty solid. 25 RBIs. I didn't realize he had that many RBIs.
So here is the pitch now by Gould. That one misses low as the count now goes to 2 balls and no strikes. Boy, I tell you, whoever's doing the balls and strikes over there is awful fast on that. I look up and that's already up on the board. That's good to have.
Yeah.
When the press box works like that together, it really makes our job easier. I remember many times that we have to look up at different places. We have to look up to make sure what the call was, and it takes 30 seconds or better for that to go up. And sometimes you can't do that. That one in there for call strike, as that will take the count now to 2 balls and 2 strikes to Aiden Corrigan here in the top half of the 4th inning. And Zach Gould now ready with the 2-2 pitch. That one just misses low and outside, and that will take the count to full now at 3-2. That was awful close.
That's also a tough one right there to take,
yeah,
Frank.
that was a good pitch there by Gould.
Good pitch. Close enough.
So 3-2 now the count, full count. Here's the pitch. That one is hit to the shortstop. Shortstop's going to have to hustle in, and he is not going to get Aiden Corrigan. As you know, Corrigan's got a lot of speed going down the first base, so he will be in with a base hit as Corrigan records his first hit of the game, and that is the 4th hit of the ball game for the Newton Rebels.
And if you watch out of the box, if you look at the replay, that he was running right out of the box.
Right out of the box. And that will bring up the first baseman, number 16, Anthony Zellner. Well, I've told you I used to coach baseball, and I always told our kids the way you make a double is how fast you run from first to second. Now, from home to first, not from first to second. And that's exactly what Aiden Corrigan did right there. He took off out of the box, and boy, he was not going to stop. That one is fouled off there by Zellner, as the count now goes to no balls, one strike.
And Coach Clark right now, which I don't blame, trying to keep adding that run, get him over to second base, that scoring position right there. And Zellner needs to do his job. Everybody needs to do their job right now.
So Zellner did try to bunt it down to third base line, but it was fouled off as the count is no balls, one strike. And here is Gould's pitch. That one also in there for call strike. And the count will now go 0-2. So we'll see what Zellner now has, or what Coach Clark likes to do.
Yeah, and it's like I said, he'll have him bunt with 2 strikes and whatever, but especially when the defense goes back, he just got to execute. I mean, that was a strike. You got to bunt strikes.
That looked to me like that would have been a good one to bunt.
Yeah.
Boy, it was right on the outside corner. That one now misses high for ball 1, as the count now goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And that was smart. They did a pitch out just in case going to do have a stolen base.
That or also the bunt. He wanted to make sure that I love coaching on both sides.
Oh yeah.
That's exactly what Coach was doing there for the Hudson Monarchs. There's the pitch. That was a swing and a miss there by Zellner as he goes down swinging for out number 1. Good pitch there by Zach Gould as he gets his, that is the second strikeout of the ball game for Zach Gould.
Well, then you look at it now. Now you got Jorgensen coming in there. He's got to pick up Zellner. Zellner then, get his bunt down, whatever. You got to get that runner over to second somehow.
That will bring up the second baseman, number 6, Camden Jorgensen. First pitch just misses high as the count now goes to 1 ball, no strikes. Runner on at first base with 1 down here in the top half of the 4th inning.
And Jorgensen last time he put the ball in play and got on with an error because of his speed.
Yeah, we have a lot of speed right now on the team that's playing. With a lot of players missing that one right across the letters as the count will now go to 1 ball, 1 strike. Good pitch there by Zach Gould as he just basically challenged Jorgensen on that pitch.
Yeah, both pitchers right now just coming right after the hitters.
That's a swing and a miss there by Jorgensen, and the count will now go to 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, he had a swing, kind of a long swing on that. Kind of wound up and just keep it short now, 2 strikes. Shorten it up, 2-strike approach.
So we have 1 down here in the top half of the 4th inning. Corrigan on as he reached on a base hit toward the shortstop. Now swing and a miss there by Jorgensen, and he goes down swinging for out number 2. And that is the 3rd strikeout recorded by Zach Gould here in the ball game. As we have 2 down now, and that will bring up the right fielder, number 8, Thomas Capion. Thomas reached on a double and an RBI his first time up.
You like to see Thomas get his pitch right here and hit one in the gap.
Well, that last time he was looking for one pitch and he got it, and
Yeah.
boy, he ripped it out into center field, I believe. And here's the pitch, a breaking ball, and that one a swing and a miss there by Capion as the count goes to no balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, that's like a slider. It looks like it's coming in because he loves those fastballs, but when it comes in, you swing, then all of a sudden it breaks.
Yeah, exactly right, because that was a nice pitch there by Gould, and it just kind of fooled Capion a little bit. It was way ahead of it. There's a swing and a miss once again by Capion as the count now goes to no balls, 2 strikes. 3 strikeouts recorded here tonight by Zach Gould.
Yeah, and Thomas needs to keep that left shoulder in. You can see it kind of flying out towards left field a little. Hopefully he does that. Makes that adjustment right now.
And here's the pitch by Gould. That one just hits the outside corner and looked a little bit outside, but the umpire is calling those corners tonight.
Right.
So that is strikeout number 3 here in this inning for Zach Gould. That is I take it back. That is the 5th strikeout tonight instead of the 4th. That is the 5th strikeout tonight by Zach Gould, as he had 2 of them in the first inning. I forgot about the upside-down strikeout.
But it was tough play. I mean, you had the runner on, leadoff guy on. We didn't get him over. In this kind of game, you have to get him over.
So the top half of the 4th inning for the Rebels. They scored no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. At the end of 3.5, it is the Rebels 2 and the Monarchs 0. And we'll be right back. And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels Baseball as we go to the bottom half of the fourth inning. Due up for the Hudson Monarchs will be the second baseman, number 8, Cole Cosman. And Carson Jacobs ready to do his fourth inning of work. First pitch is misses inside for ball 1.
Yeah, Cosman, the catcher, he was a sophomore at Hutchin Junior College right here, and he's from Wentzville, Missouri.
Cosman reads on an error by the second baseman Jurgensen the first time up. Jurgensen got the ball in plenty of time, but just for some reason overthrew first base. Count is 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch by Jacobs, and a swing and a miss there by Cosman, and that will even up the count now at 1 ball and 1 strike. Defensively for the Rebels, Zellner at first base, Jurgensen at second, Brotman at short, Nolan at third base, Hickman in left field, Wingett in center, and Campion in right field. Catching is Allen, and once again Carson Jacobs pitching for the Newton Rebels. That one misses outside as the count now goes to 2 balls and 1 strike.
One of the downfalls when you have a lot of strikeouts, so you throw a lot of pitches. I mean, because you have to have 3, whatever, to get in there. But he's thrown 51.
That one misses high for ball 3, so the count will now go to 3 balls, 1 strike.
Said before this, 31 strikes, 21 balls. So
and here's Jacobs' pitch. That one misses way outside, and going over to first base with a walk will be Cosman as he reaches on base here in the bottom half of the fourth inning.
The right fielder, number 15, Carter Young.
That will bring up the right fielder, number 15, Carter Young.
yeah, Carter Young was 3 for 4 yesterday. A lot of these guys can hit, obviously by all the runs they've scored lately.
So runner on at first base with no out. Here's the pitch by Jacobs. That one hits the outside corner as the count now goes to no balls and 1 strike. Cosman just reached on a base on balls.
It's going to be interesting because the second time around, what are Connor Allen, what are they talking with him and Jacobs? I'm sure they're talking about how they're going to have to change it up a little because these guys are going to adjust.
Here's the pitch by Jacobs. That one misses high, and that will even up the count now at 1 ball, 1 strike. Young comes in batting .382. He does have 1 home run, 12 RBIs, as he's 34 for 89 here for the season. So 1-1 now the count. Here's a ball lifted to the third base side. Third baseman Nolan will make the catch. Tysick Nolan, that is, for out number 1.
Good job,
a little
Nolan.
floater there to Nolan.
Yeah, Nolan was right on it.
At third base. And that will bring up the first baseman, number 30, Garrett Kozik.
Frank, a lot of these guys for the Rebels got to be having some fun. They got to be having some fun right now just because, like, Coach, I mean, they haven't played. And then a lot of guys haven't played a lot, and they're getting to play all the time. And it's neat. This game right here, you're in the game, they're competing, and that's awesome.
So Kosas is now up for the second time. He struck out his first time. There's a call strike 1 to Kosas.
And like I said, we remember him playing for the Sluggers last year, Garrett Kosas, Wichita State. I guess he's back, or he must have been somewhere and they picked him up.
So no balls, 1 strike, and here's the pitch by Jacobs. That one misses low, and that gets away from Allen. No throw to second base. Going to second base is Cole Cosman, as he saw the ball get away from Connor Allen, and he hustled down to second base with a stolen base. So there'll be a runner on at second base now with 1 down. Here in the bottom half of the fourth inning, 2-0 is the score in favor of your Newton Rebels.
And Hutch is very aggressive.
That one hit into right field. That's going to be in for a base hit. That should score a run from third base. Here comes the throw by Campion, but not going to be in time as that was cut off there by Zellner at first base. So Garrett Kosas will get a base hit and an RBI, and scoring from second base was Cosman.
Yeah, Carson right there just kind of hung it a little right there with his It looked like a little slider type action. But it didn't look like it's fastball. Just kind of hung it up there, and Coast just good enough hitter just to go with it.
So the score is 2-1 now in favor of the Newton Rebels. That brings up the center fielder number 18, Garrett Anglum. Anglum struck out his first time up, as we do have one down here in the bottom half of the fourth inning. Runner on at first base. 2-1 the score. Favor of your Rebels. That one is
Yeah, that was it.
fouled off.
That fastball right there, but he's a little behind it.
As the count goes, no balls, one strike now to Anglum, who's the fourth batter here this evening, or in this inning, I should say. As we do have one down. Here's Jacob's pitch. That one just misses low, and that will even up the count now at 1 strike.
Jake's got to keep that pitch count down, too. I like to see him get extended. I like to see him get into the seventh inning. I know he's been going about 5, and, because his pitch count gets pretty high, but I'd like to see him be efficient.
Well, he's got 36 strikes and 27 balls. That one just misses outside, as that count will now go to 2 balls and 1 strike.
I mean, that's why it's essential that the Rebels just got to keep scoring. You can't just say, hey, we've got 2 runs, we're fine. No, not with this team.
2-1 now to count to Anglum, as we do have one down. Here's the pitch. That one hit to that look off the knob of the bat. Second baseman will go to first base, just barely in time. I tell you what, I think Jurgensen just barely got that throw off.
Yeah,
I don't know why he tossed it like that instead of throwing it.
And I think Coach Kuhn's going to have a little talk here.
Yeah, well, I don't blame him, because Jurgensen just tossed it underhanded and almost gave Kosas a chance to, or Anglum, a chance to beat that out. So the runner, Kosas, will be at second base. And that is a 4-3 put out for out number 2. I think the Newton Rebels got a break there.
Yeah, I think I probably agree with Coach McHugh. Don't always agree with him, but I do this time right here. I'm just kidding. But yeah, right there. I mean, you can't just nonchalant it, and that's
exactly what Jurgensen did that time, and that will bring up the designated hitter number 25, Breck Nowick.
There you go, using that off speed.
As the count is no balls, 1 strike now to Nowick, with 2 down now and a runner on at second base. 2-1 is the score in favor of your Rebels. Nowick struck out looking his first time up. There's a ball hit to the third baseman, and it's going to be foul, as the count now goes to 0-2.
And one thing about Carson, like I said, what we've seen tonight that we probably haven't seen before is how he's getting ahead in the count.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a great job of doing that, and then not only that, but like you say, it seems like he has 3 pitches that are really working well for him tonight, and he's really locating that fastball well, like he didn't do the last game, but still have plenty of strikeouts.
That's what I'm saying. He's still efficient. And when you get all that going for him, man, he's almost unhittable.
Yeah, and once he did get the fastball working the last ball game towards the later innings. What he did was he was real smart. He depended on his breaking balls to get him out of jams and get those strikeouts. So the count is no balls, 2 strikes, and now here comes Jacob's pitch. Fastball lifted into right field. Right fielder Thomas Capion is coming in. Looks like he does make the catch.
Wow, great.
What a great job there by Thomas Capion, as he kind of looked like he kind of lost it there for a second.
Yeah, I didn't know if he was going to make it, but he recovered.
Wasn't sure if he was going to make it or not, but he saw that the ball was floating just over second baseman, and he comes hustling in, and he goes down to his knees and makes the catch for out number 3. So the bottom half of the fourth inning for the Hudson Monarchs, they score 1 run on 1 hit. And no errors. I can't see my scorecard here. And 1 left on base. At the end of 4 innings of play, it is the Newton Rebels 2 and the Hudson Monarchs 1, and we'll be right back. And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels Baseball. This is Frank Martinez, your play-by-play announcer, and I'm joined along by Mark Cavallo, our general manager, as we go to the top half of the fifth inning. The score, the Newton Rebels 2 and the Hudson Monarchs 1.
Well, let me ask you, Frank, what do you think, man? We're ahead. We're ahead 2-1 and playing. I mean, it's the number one team in the league, and we're competing.
They're competing very well here tonight, and that's good to see. And that's good when you got a good pitcher out there. You should compete.
Yep.
Of course, you still got to get the base hits and the runs for him. But that first pitch is ball one there to it's Eli Hickman leading off the top half of the fifth inning. And here is Gould's pitch. That one misses as the count will now go to 2 balls and no strikes. So 2-0 now the count to Hickman. And here's the pitch. That one misses high for ball 3. So 3 balls, no strikes. And, boy, it would be nice to get another runner on base here to start off the inning. They have done it twice here tonight so far. That one in there for call strike. And that would take the count now to 3 balls and 1 strike.
Well, you get that runner on. Like I said, it's all about the execution now, man. Just doing that. Keep adding on.
That one misses outside for ball 4. So on at first base, or did he call that a strike?
No, he called it a strike.
Ooh, I'm sorry. Well, let me take him off first base then, because I thought that was outside for ball 4.
Eli agreed with you.
That one misses high and outside. Now he will be on at first base.
Okay, now you got your top of the lineup up. And it's going to be interesting to see what Coach Clark does here. You want to get that extra run.
And that will bring up the shortstop number 1, Andrew Brotman. Brotman is 1 for 2 here tonight in the ball game as he reached on a base hit his last time up as he hit a ball out into right field and was left stranded at third base along with Wingett at second base. Here's the pitch. Check swing there by Brotman is low for ball 1.
Yeah, it's one to lay off of. Like I said, when you 0-0 count, make sure whatever you swing at, it's a good pitch.
So far for the Newton Rebels, they've scored 2 runs on 4 hits, 1 error. And for the Hudson Monarchs, they've scored 1 run on 2 hits and 2 errors.
I don't know how many times Brotman's been asked to bunt this summer. It's going to be interesting to see what Coach Clark has doing. You got some speed out there.
As Hickman is on at first base, throw over to first base. I knew that was going to happen. They're going to have him picked off there. Hickman had already made up his mind that he was going to be going on the pitch, and the pitcher Gould looked back at him, and Hickman never even moved. And then all of a sudden, Gould threw over to first base and taken off. Was Hickman.
Smart play by Gould.
They get him out.
That's smart play by Gould. He saw him kind of inching away.
Exactly right. 1-3-6 is to put out for out number 1.
You can see him leaning towards second base. You can see it pretty obvious.
As the count is 1 ball, no strikes now to Brotman. Brotman will be batting now instead of trying to move a runner over. There's a foul ball there by Brotman as the count now goes to 1 ball, 1 strike. Boy, you could just see that coming.
Right.
You could just see that coming. You can see the intention on both the pitcher and the runner.
And I know he was inching away. And I said, be careful. Be careful. These guys have pretty good moves.
Because when Gould looked at him, the ball hit the shortstop. That would have been a double play anyway. And that is a 6-3 put out for out number 2 if you're scoring at home. For out number 2.
It's got to be frustrating for Coach Clark right now. You get the leadoff guy on. You're thinking, hey, I'm going to get him at second base and give our guys a chance to hit away and score that run. And you're getting them there, but something happens. Not good happens.
That would bring up the third baseman, number 35, Tyzik Nolan. Here's the pitch by Gould.
Believe me, Frank, I've been there many, many, many times. I've been over there. Come on,
guys. My son Paco was the head football coach for the Wichita Force and the Wichita Wild, and the fans just never understand why he wouldn't call certain plays or why he wouldn't get the kicker in there to try to kick a field goal. Well, I remember one game we were down by 1 run or by 1 score, and we had the kicker. But nobody knew that the kicker had sprained his groin.
Oh, yeah.
And so how are you going to try to kick a field goal with a kicker that can't even move, But the fans don't know that.
No. No.
You know, and they were upset that he didn't try to field goal, but you just didn't have the man.
Yeah, you
know?
wanted to point at him. Hey, you tell everybody he pulled his groin.
Yeah,
Or something.
you feel like you're advertising, saying,
yeah,
"Hey,"
put it on the marquee or something. But
yeah, but like I say, the fans just don't know all the details sometimes.
Right.
And here count is 2 balls, 2 strikes. A swing and a miss there by Nolan as he goes down for out number 3. So the top half of the 5th inning for the Newton Rebels, they scored no runs on no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. At the end of 4.5 innings of play, it is the Newton Rebels 2 and the Hudson Monarchs 1. Boy, you're missing a good ball game if you're not on. So make sure you call your family and friends. Let them know that Newton Rebels are on, and they got the #1 team in the league, the champions, down 2-1 going into the bottom half of the 5th inning. And we'll be right back. And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels Baseball as we go to the bottom half of the 5th inning. 2-1 is the score in favor of your Newton Rebels. Due up now for the Monarchs will be the catcher number 21, Noah Grice. So far for Carson Jacobs as he starts his 5th inning of work here for the Newton Rebels. He has gone 4 innings, given up 2 hits, 1 run, 1 earned run, 1 base on balls, and he has struck out 7 as he has faced 17 batters. First pitch is ball 1 to Noah Grice.
He's doing a great job, and just got to keep it going and as far as he can go and just get some offensive support now. Keep the defense going for the Rebels.
So count is 1 ball, no strikes now to Grice. That one in there for call strike right across the knees, and that will even up the count now at 1-1. 2-1 is the score here in favor of your Newton Rebels.
He's had like 40 strikes and 29 balls right there, so he's right there, around 70 pitches.
And here's the pitch by Jacobs. That one fouled off there by Grice as the count now goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes.
You notice one thing, Frank, the game goes a little quicker, doesn't it?
It does move a lot quicker when the guys are throwing strikes, which is a good thing, especially since we got started an hour and 15 minutes late. Yeah. Here's the pitch there by Jacobs. That one in there for call strike 3, and Grice goes down looking for out number 1 here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. That is the 8th strikeout recorded here tonight by Carson Jacobs.
No, Allen, like I said, Allen right now, Connor Allen and him are in sync together. They're you can see they're calling it. He's nodded, yeah, let's go. Throwing it right there, and the pitch executed.
And 8 strikeouts here this evening. Once again, he came in with 66, and now he's got 74 strikeouts for the season, which, again, he just keeps breaking his record on the single season strikeout record. That is a swing and a miss there by Ardois, as the count now goes to no balls, 1 strike. 1 down here in the bottom half of the 5th. Great pitching duel here tonight. You're missing that if you're not watching us. Once again, don't forget to tell your family and friends about Newton Rebels baseball. That one misses low and outside, as the count will now go to 1 ball, 1 strike.
That's great. It's great to hear that out of your mouth right there, Frank. The pitching duel.
A pitching duel. Wow. And we welcome the Jacobs who are watching from home. Your young man, Carson Jacobs, doing a great job. And that one down low for ball 2. I did see the Jacobs down right behind home plate. They did say that they
Yeah.
will be in Newton tomorrow night.
Yeah, they're great. They support us, and like I said, hopefully they'll be with us next year. We're here.
And I believe it's Mary and Steve, and I hope I got that right. If not, I've renamed a couple again. I did that earlier in the season.
And I want to thank all the parents out there, Frank. We don't talk enough about them on the support that they've given us, and on here, you got your fan club and everything, but
Well,
I've talked to a few.
I'm not sure it's my fan club anymore. You and Jake,
well,
kind of took over the last couple of nights.
I don't know. I think Jake probably thinks it's his, but
Yeah, he probably does. But of course, Jake still got my poster, so.
But he's also talking about signing T-shirts tomorrow. We got this sale there, the apparel sale. So he said, "Hey, I'll sign some of the shirts if you want me to." So.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
That one is down on the ground as the count goes full now at 3-2.
You guys all make it interesting, Frank. I appreciate all you guys. I appreciate you and Jake and everybody else because just everybody we have, the staff is unbelievable, and we don't have many in numbers. You know what I mean? But
Well, you got Heidi on the PA and the scoreboard, and then you got Jake, assistant general manager Mariah. I was going to mention her.
Yeah.
She's a big help to me anyway because she's the one that helps me put all this stuff up whenever the ball game's over. And boy, I tell you, just appreciate it because it takes a lot to set up and to tear down. And especially when we got player of the game that we have to do afterwards, and everybody wants to go home. That one, ball 4, and moving over to first base will be Jordan Ardwall as he reaches on a base on balls.
and Heidi's daughter Zoe, she does a great job. Selling the candy, getting the foul balls collected because there's imagine that if you didn't get the foul balls.
And she's always winning the 50-50.
Yeah,
how's that?
I don't
work?
know, and I don't know. There's something going on there, but no, just kidding. Zoe does a great job. But then Mr. Jim, he goes out and puts signs out in the community about games.
That brings up the third baseman, number 2, Cheney Dodge. Runner on at first base. There's a hard hit ball into center field. That's going to be in for a base hit by Dodge. Dodge records his second hit of the ball game. He reached on a double his last time up, and that is the third hit of the ball game for the Hudson Monarchs, and that will put runners on at first and second now with one down, and that will bring up the left fielder, number 7, Tanner White.
Always dangerous, Mr. White here. Like I said, I've been very impressed with this guy. He's had some very good swings and hits the ball hard, gets that barrel out there, and just solid hits.
So Tanner White now up with one down, runners on at first and second. And Connor Jacobs now ready to go to work here in the bottom half of the fifth inning against White. That first pitch misses outside. Looks like it might have been either a
little speed, yeah.
little off-speed pitch there.
You look at this lineup, then you put Kosich, Wichita State guy in this lineup, it just makes it even more dangerous.
Well, they're the number 1 team for a reason.
Yep.
Here's the pitch by Jacobs. There's a fouled off there by White as the count now goes to 1 ball and 1 strike. We have Ardwall out at second base and Dodge on at first base as he just reached on a base hit out to center field. 2-1 is the score in favor of Newton, but the Hudson Monarchs are threatening here in the bottom half of the fifth inning.
Again, this third time around in the lineup against Carson, and see kind of adjustments him and Allen figure out.
Here's the pitch. That one just misses outside as the count will now go to 2 balls and 1 strike.
You can see him trying to throw his off speed a little more right here, especially against a hitter like this. Because they want that fastball.
Yeah.
They want that fastball. They could drive in the gap.
Well, most good teams, that's usually what they do is they wait for that fastball and they know when it's coming when they get the right pitch count, and they just drive it. There's a ball hit into is going to be out in foul territory, looks like.
Well,
we do have Tysick Nolan and the shortstop also Brotman, and then the left fielder Hickman all going to the fence.
That's good coverage.
That's great hustle.
Yeah.
A lot of guys would just stand there and watch, and all 3 of them went to the fence and tried to get to that as the count will now go to 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And you look at where Hickman was. Look at the coverage there. what do you go about 50 yards? Quick.
So 2-2 now the count there to Tanner White. As we do have one down here in the bottom half of the fifth inning. 2-1 is the score in favor of the Newton Rebels. And this time Jacobs calls timeout as he steps off and White backs off out of the batter's box.
That's smart by Jacobs. Shake it up a little because he's getting in that rhythm. So do the hitters. Hitters getting that rhythm too.
2-2 now the count, and Jacobs ready to go to work. Here's the pitch. A swing and a miss there by White as he goes down swinging.
That's
for
huge.
Out number 2. That is the 9th strikeout recorded here tonight by Carson Jacobs. As we now have 2 down. And that will bring up the second baseman, number 8, Cole Cosman. Cosman reached on a base hit his last time up and reached on an error to the second baseman his first time up.
I said he was batting in the 4-hole yesterday, and he's batting 4-hole tonight. So, I mean, obviously an RBI guy.
See if the runners go here, and I don't. That ball hit to the second baseman, and Jurgensen moves to his left, goes to
There
first
you
to
go.
Zellner for out number 3. Great job there by Jurgensen as he really moved to his left hard.
He got his feet set.
Yep.
Yeah.
And, of course, Zellner was covering first base, so it is a 4-3 putout for the third out here in the bottom half of the fifth inning. For the Hudson Monarchs, they score no runs on 1 hit. Correction. Yes, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left on base. At the end of 5, it is the Newton Rebels 2 and the Hudson Monarchs 1, and we'll be right back. And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels Baseball as we go to the top half of the 6th inning here, and the score is 2-1 in favor of your Newton Rebels. And looks like we're going to have a new pitcher now, Carl.
Yeah, Jack McDermott. He's 5'10", 155, lefty from Illinois, Chicago, and from Bolingbrook, Illinois.
So that is it for Zach Gould. And we're going to give you his final numbers. He went 5 innings as he gave up 4 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned run, 1 base on balls, as he had 6 strikeouts, and he faced 20 batters.
Yeah, pretty solid outing right there.
A great outing there for Zach Gould. And once again, the Gould family should be very proud of that because he did a good job there for the Hudson Monarchs.
Well, what he did a great job with is when the Rebel leadoff hitters got on, he didn't let him advance. He didn't let him score.
So we go to the top half of the 6th inning, and due up for the Newton Rebels will be the center fielder, number 14, Trey Wingett. And once again, who'd you say that was
Jack McDermott right there.
McDermott?
Yeah,
Okay.
McDermott.
I'm going to get him in the books here. So you go ahead and do any talking that you might want to do.
You might want to cut to the field here, Frank. I don't know if you.
What's that?
They probably don't want to see us.
No, they don't.
No.
I'll cut it back. Thank you.
Look at this. Base hit. No.
Nope. That was a fly out to the center field for out number 1 on 1 pitch there by McDermott.
As Wingett, but I thought it was going to fall in for a second there, but hit it pretty hard.
That would bring up the catcher, number 22, Connor Allen.
Yeah, Connor's the guy that got it started in that second inning with that double in the gap there, and hopefully he keeps something going. We just need to keep getting something, especially if he gets a double. If you get, you got a guy in scoring position already.
McDermott's pitch now there misses for ball 1, as we do have 1 down now here in the top half of the 6th inning. 2-1 the score in favor of Newton. Boy, you're missing a good ball game if you're not on. Of course, they can't hear us when we say that.
No,
they're not on. But
they could always watch it after.
Yeah, you can. Here's the pitch by McDermott. That one misses low for ball 2. So 2 balls, no strikes now to Connor Allen.
Man, this is, like I said, this is probably one of the, I'd say at this part, one of the top games we've had recently.
Well, you know, they gave the Cheney Diamond Dogs a real good game one time. That one
Yeah.
misses inside for ball 3,
Yeah,
which they should have won that ball
Yeah,
game.
we had the 5-2 lead.
Yeah,
going
5-2
to the
lead,
ninth.
lost it in the 9th inning. Exactly right. So, you know, this team can compete
yeah.
against
No,
the top
it's-
teams.
And when-
And no wonder that I don't have any internet. So I'm trying to that one in there for call strike.
So it's like it's automatic, and you and I always
As the count will go now to 3 balls and 1 strike. Let me get
3-0
my internet
strike.
back so I can get some information here.
Like to get him on base right now.
And here's the pitch. That one also called
Whoa.
strike, as that went right across the knees.
It's pretty low, but
Yeah, it count is full now at 3-2. But like we say, the home plate umpire is a lot closer than we are,
yeah.
so we have to go with that.
That's why I think Carson got upset the one time because he threw it there. And
That one is fouled off by Connor Allen. That bat is broken. You can hear that right away. And the count is full now at 3-2 still.
yeah, I wonder, I'm not sure. Somebody asked me how many bats that we go through, and I go, just depends on the hitter. But I don't know the total, but I know there's quite a few, and each guy probably has about 3 at bats. 3 bats. I mean,
And you know
3
that
bats.
that costs money.
Yes. Yeah. It's,
A swing and a miss there by Connor Allen as he goes down swinging for out number 2. So we have 2 down now here in the top half of the 6th inning. Scored 2-1. That brings up the designated hitter number 20, Aiden Corrigan. Oh, come on, give me some internet,
yeah,
please.
definitely like to see Aiden get going again here. He had a little hot streak. He was doing pretty well. He brought his batting average up. Lefty on lefty matchup right here, so we'll see what Corrigan can do. Are you big into the matchups like lefty versus lefty or lefty versus righty?
I'm into anything baseball. There's a check swing there by Corrigan. He did go across, so the count will now go to no balls, 2 strikes.
I know righty versus righty isn't really a big deal because you get used to seeing that. You know, righties got used to that because most pitchers are right-handed.
So 0-2 now the count to Corrigan with 2 down. Here in the top half of the 6th, there's a ball hit to the first base side. The pitcher looks like he's going to toss it to the first baseman for out number 3. So that is a 1-3 put out if you're scoring at home with us here in the bottom or top half of the 6th inning. No runs on no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. At the end of 5.5, it is the Newton Rebels 2 and the Hudson Monarchs 1, and we'll be right back. And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels Baseball as we go to the bottom half of the 6th inning. The score 2-1 in favor of your Newton Rebels. And due up for Hutchison will be the right fielder number 15, Carter Young. So Carson Jacobs ready to do his 6th inning of work here tonight for the Newton Rebels. And this is the 2nd outing in a row that Jacobs has done a good job here for the Rebels. Last time he threw a 1-hitter, and this time he's got a 3-hitter going, but he's ahead 2-1 here in the bottom half of the 6th inning.
And it looks like the Rebels are right. If there's nobody in the bullpen, I know he's usually gone 5 innings or whatever, but I mean tonight's different because he's been efficient. He's not walking people. He's coming right after him.
He's coming right after him. He's got all pitches working for him. There's a ball hits the outside corner for call strike 1. Once again, we are in the bottom half of the 6th inning, and it won't switch over. There we go, as the count is no balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. That one breaking ball just misses low, and that will even up the count now at 1-1. To Carter Young, who's right fielder, here for the Hudson Monarchs.
Man, look at that flag out there. Just wow.
That one misses outside fastball as the count now goes to 2 balls, 1 strike.
I was just thinking, Frank, a couple hours ago that like you said before, when the storm or whatever was going by, that flag was just flying like everything. Look at it now; it's just
And this next pitch by Jacobs will be his 90th pitch. That one way outside, as the count will now go to 3 balls and 1 strike.
Yeah.
He has a total of 52 strikes and 38 balls. And here is the pitch by Jacobs. That one just misses high, and that is ball 4. So Carter Young starts off the bottom half of the 6th inning with a walk.
And you just have to hope right now this defense helps them. Let's get a double play here. You got to keep that pitch count. Be efficient. This is the inning for him right here, Frank.
And that will bring up the first baseman, number 30, Garrett Cosas.
Facing Kosic, very good hitter, as we all know, at Wichita State. So, and we've seen this guy hit. First time of course, they got that Wichita State connection.
So Carson Jacobs looks over at first base and ready to get to work on Cosas. And he does throw over to first base as he steps off and makes that throw. Zellner doesn't even attempt to make the tag. In safely was Young.
And I'm just looking right there that they're kind of playing him straight up. I didn't know if you wanted to play him more in a hole or something like that, but
that one into the ground, and that gets away from Connor Allen. Moving over to second base is Young, or Crickson, Young, as that one was in the ground for ball 1.
Yeah, it's definitely a wild pitch. Like I said, I see somebody a little action there finally in the Rebels bullpen. You always have to anticipate, how long a guy can go. Like I said, he's going to bring that, 80 pitches, you said, Frank, right around in there?
90.
90% pitches. And you always look at see what the guy's wall is. Where does he start losing it? I always try to get guys prepared before it. Know each pitcher's arm.
So runner on at second base now with no outs here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. That one in there for call strike will even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike.
And Carson Jacobs, young man's done a great job. He's done everything you could ask for. For one of our pitchers to come out here and compete.
So 1-1 now the count, and Jacobs ready to go to work. Here's the pitch. That one just hits the outside corner.
Yeah.
That's the second time in a row there, or second time tonight that I've seen that outside pitch called for a strike. So very consistent call there by the home plate umpire.
He's calling on both sides, definitely.
Yes, he is. So 1 ball, 2 strikes now to Cosas, as we have no outs here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. 2-1 the score. And a swing and a miss there by Cosas.
That's huge.
As he goes down swinging for out number 1. And that is the 10th strikeout recorded here tonight by Carson Jacobs. He has now have 76 strikeouts for the season.
And I can tell you there's not too many teams that against Hutch, 10 strikeouts, I guarantee, because they're such a good contact hitting team, and they use the field, and they have 2-strike approaches. So Carson Jacobs, man, you're doing a great job.
He sure is, and the Jacobs family ought to be very proud. And here's the pitch there by Jacobs. And a swing and a miss there, and good job by Allen as he stays in front of that one. And that is Anglem now up for the Hudson Monarchs. As the count now goes to no balls, 1 strike. Runner on at second base with 1 down here in the bottom half of the 6th inning.
Trying to see who's at in the bullpen throwing. What's it?
I think it's Maley.
Maley. Oh, sorry.
That one
30,
hits
yeah.
the inside corner for call strike. So the count will now go no balls, 2 strikes. Should be Spencer Maley out warming up for a left-handed thrower for the Newton Rebels, looks like.
It's good to have those young guys out there seeing that, Right, Frank?
You couldn't see that?
No.
Well,
I'll tell you.
now, wait a minute. I thought I was older than you.
My eyes are older. That's it.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay. No balls, 2 strikes, and here's the pitch by, and
Yes.
that is called strike 3 right across the knees there of Angler, Anglem, and that is the second strikeout of this inning, the 11th strikeout of the ball game for Carson Jacobs. As there is now 2 down, and that will bring up the designated hitter number 25, Breck Nowick. Nowick.
Illinois, Chicago, Lake Forest, Illinois. Nowick. Know that name well.
That first pitch misses for ball 1.
It's going to be interesting to see how Coach Clark's going to deal with this right now. If he's going to bring Spencer Maley in.
Yeah, we'll see here.
We'll see. He's getting
Here's the
through
pitch.
this inning.
That one misses low, and for ball 2. And we got John Anai that says, good evening to Mr. Frank and Mr. Michael. Are you Mike?
Yeah, heck,
Okay.
that's me.
Okay. It's Grandma Nikki and Grandpa John are watching our grandson Andrew Brotman and the Rebels. Give our love to Roddy. All right. We got a chance to meet him in Hutchinson. In Newton. I'm
Great
sorry.
conversation with John, and enjoy talking to him. Hope to do it again.
That one down low in the ground, and good job there by Connor Allen as the count now goes to 3 balls and no strikes to Breck Nowick.
Like I said, I love all these parents that are supportive. You know, and
Not only parents, but grandparents. Yeah.
grandparents, grandparents are, you know, that they're so involved.
That one in there for call strike, as that will take the count now to 3 balls and 1 strike. Here in the bottom half of the 6th inning, the tying run now standing at second base, as we do have 2 down.
He's right at, let's say,
A swing and a miss there by Nowick, as the count goes full now at 3-2. And all the Carson Jacobs did right there was just basically challenge Nowick as he threw that fastball by him, and he went swinging for strike 2.
his best pitch right here.
That ball hit to the shortstop. Shortstop goes to first. Brotman not going to.
Whoa!
Wow, what a great
play.
play there by Zellner as Brotman threw that into the ground, and it bounced right into the glove for out number 3. So that is a 6-3 put out for the 3rd out. And the bottom half of the 6th inning for the Hudson Monarchs. They score no runs on no hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. At the end of 6, it is the Newton Rebels 2 and the Hudson Monarchs 1, and we'll be right back. And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels Baseball. This is Frank Martinez, your play-by-play announcer, joined along by Mark Cavallo, here, the general manager for the Newton Rebels. And we've got a great ball game here tonight,
yeah.
Mark.
This is a different kind of game, isn't it, Frank? It's a fun game, especially a pitching duel, as you put it. And Carson Jacobs, my gosh, he's competing like a I mean, it's definitely his best game of the year.
So far for the Newton Rebels, they scored 2 runs on 4 hits, 1 error. And for the Hudson Monarchs, they've scored 1 run on 3 hits and 2 errors. We'll take you back out to the field as we're about ready to get started with the top half of the 7th inning. Due up for the Newton Rebels will be the first baseman, number 16, Anthony Zellner.
And I was going to say, Zellner made a great play at first base for a guy that doesn't play first. On that throw, it's in the ground. Brotman rushed over there, and he made a great play.
Count is no balls, 1 strike now to Zellner. Here's McDermott's pitch. That one fouled off there by Zellner. 0-2 now the count. Jack McDermott now in relief here for the Hudson Monarchs as he pitched the last inning and gave Zach Gould a little break there as he went 5 innings. So we're ready to go. That one lifted into center field. That's going to... Oh, what a diving catch there by the center fielder. What a great effort by number 18, Garrett Anglem, as he came in and dove for that one, comes sliding on his belly and makes the catch out in short center field. What a great play there by Anglem.
Yeah, his footwork right there. He just went straight forward. He used his speed. A lot of guys double step before they run and everything. He just went right for it, and great catch.
That brings up the second baseman, number 6, Camden Jurgensen. Well, this is the kind of ball game you like to watch.
Well,
everybody's giving 110%.
But you look at it, when you have pitching, you've got defense.
Yep.
That's what we've been talking about all year. When your pitchers are throwing strikes, when they're coming in both sides right now, everybody's playing some great defense. Capion made that great play. I mean, just some great plays. The play we just saw with Brotman to Zellner, I mean, that was a great play.
Yeah.
That saved a run.
It definitely did. So both teams are giving 110%. And, the last 2 ball games of the season, and they're still giving 110%.
Well,
that's just great job
well,
by
I'm very
both
proud.
teams.
I'm very proud of him as GM, and obviously you and I cover him every game, and I'm just very proud that we're still in there competing.
That one misses outside for ball 2 as the count now goes to 2 balls, 1 strike. And that's even with losing a lot of ball players on both sides.
And that's all I've ever asked. Just come out here and play hard every game, every day, and we'll see what happens. And usually good things do. But I've enjoyed the guys. I mean, talking to them, and no problems. I know Mr. Jim was talking about it, how nice they are to him and everything. And our director of hospitality enjoys the guys. So they're good men, good young men.
A swing and a miss there by Jurgensen as he goes down swinging for out number 2. So we have 2 down. That is the second strikeout recorded by McDermott here in the ball game. And that will bring up the right fielder, number 8, Thomas Capion. So we have 2 down. 2-1 is the score here in the top half of the 7th inning. And Mr. Carve, you may have to take this over here this next inning because I'm going to have to go hit the facilities here.
Okay.
That one lifted to the right-hand side. The catcher is backing up. Is he going to make the play? Doesn't look like it. It hits the top awning there. And that's going to be just a strike as the count goes, no balls, 1 strike to Thomas Capion.
Capion, I was thinking, he's one of the older guys on the team. There's we got a lot of young guys, but we got some older guys too, and he's one of the older ones that you talk about. He talks from experience, has experience. He's way beyond his years, I'd say.
And I may be gone for half an inning because this is one of the oldest stadiums around, and you have to climb the roof.
It's about we were talking about it, Jake and I, about 3 stories maybe.
Yeah,
something like that. So
you have to climb the roof to get up to the press box. I had one just like that when I was doing professional football team, indoor professional football
way
team.
Up there, yeah.
And I had to climb way up, and you have to go outside and climb the roof just to get up to the press box, and it was funny because when I climbed up there on the roof, I'm thinking, okay, what if the door is locked? How am I going to get in?
Yeah.
I'm stuck on the roof. I've got to call a ball game, and how am I going to do it if the door's locked? But luckily, the door was open, and there was the press box. That was in just a second. Albuquerque, New Mexico. That one, a swing and a miss there by Capion as he goes down for out number 3. So the into 6.5. It is the Newton Rebels 2 and the Hudson Monarchs 1, and we'll be right back.
And we're back. This is Mark Carvalho. Frank had to take a little break, but he'll be back. And guess what? I mean, it's been a great game here. Carson Jacobs still on the mound, has about 104 pitches that he's thrown. Up the bat, base hit there. Base hit by Noah Greasy, leaning off. Top of the 7th. Like I said, it's going to be interesting to see exactly what Coach Clark does right now. If with Carson throwing a lot of pitches right now, so we'll see what happens right here. The top of the order is up. That's Jordan Ardois. Ardois right now, he's been on with base with a hit batter, a walk. And here he comes back. I know you Frank fans wondering about him. Here he is. He's fine, and we're ready to get into it. Carson still on the mound here, Frank.
Okay. All right, who's up here? Looks like Ardois.
Yep.
And Grice.
Tell you went up those steps. I can tell that.
Man. Yeah, when you go to the bathroom here, once again, you got to go off the roof.
Yeah.
Down the stairs.
Well, Frank was saying that they design every press box with a bathroom. Right?
I've always said that.
Yeah.
Been doing this for 27 years. There's only one team that ever listened to me, and that was the McPherson Bullpups. They finally put a press box with a bathroom in it. All right, the count is 1-1 strike now to
right.
Ardois.
I didn't get that set. I was just about to.
Okay. With a runner on at first base.
Yep. You didn't miss much.
No, I didn't miss much.
Yeah, good time.
I even washed my hands.
Hey, well, I hope so, Frank.
Yes,
That's
I did.
Right.
So the count is 2-1 strike now. Of course, I almost ran over this young man getting out of the bathroom, but to try to get up here.
Of course, it's.
Or I shouldn't say bathroom, the facilities.
And
there you go.
There's no elevator here. You need to explain.
No, there isn't. There's the pitch now. I'm so used to the, Lawrence Dumont Stadium where they have the nice elevator that gets you up from the first floor to the third floor. And
at least you don't have to go too far in Newton either, just right down the steps down there.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Not bad.
Except when they got the coach's door locked.
Oh.
And then that makes it bad. So the count goes 3 balls, no strikes. But that's still not a bathroom in the press box.
No.
So here's the pitch. There's a breaking ball in there for a call strike.
Yep.
And that will take the count to full now at 3-2 to Jordan Ardois.
Top of the line. So this is
Ardois, correction.
He's got his work cut out right here with these hitters.
So runner on to first base. Grice, he must have got a base hit.
Yep.
Because I see 4 hits up there now. Let me put that up there. And I pushed number 1, the first baseman. It's not staying on.
Looks like Spencer
There we
Maylee's
go.
getting a little more busier out there in the bullpen there.
So here's the pitch by Carson Jacobs. That one hit hard into left field. Is it going to stay fair? Oh,
Wow.
what a great effort there by Eli Hickman as he goes sliding into the fence area.
Man.
And almost caught that one out in left field. But it's just going to be a long foul ball, and the count will stay full at 3-2.
And it's unfortunate because the fence angles in,
Yeah.
towards the field. If it went straight, I think he might have had a good shot at that going full blast.
Yeah, you're exactly right that this fence on the third base side, it kind of angles towards the outfield fence instead of straight down the line. And here's the pitch by that one is a check swing, but it is going to be fouled off there by Ardois. And you said Grice got a base
They
hit
say it's a right field.
to right field. Okay, I'll have to remember that one.
Like I say, he's going to be going through this lineup here, and here it is. I mean, it's a 4th time around. I mean, it's pretty amazing what he's done, Frank. I mean, just unbelievable.
Carson Jacobs ready to go to work on the 3-2 pitch. There it is. That one hit to the third base side. That's going to be foul. And we'll see how many pitches Mr. Jacobs has now. And that is 110.
Yep, 110.
110 pitches, 64 strikes and 46 balls. Count stays at full now at 3-2 to Jordan Ardois. That one fouled off once again. He's making him work, isn't he?
Yeah, Ardois making him get that pitch count way up there. Like I said, I know this is probably it for him, I would say. I don't know he hasn't probably gone this far, but it's hard to take him out of a game like this right now, which would probably be his final start. It's going to be his final start with the Rebels this summer. Definitely a memorable one. Whoa.
That one missed.
Yeah, you see Carson was pretty upset right there because he thought it was right there, and so did Connor Allen.
So there'll be runners now on at first and second as that's a walk there to Ardois.
And I think that's it right there.
And coming out is Brett Clark, the head coach here for the Newton Rebels, going to come out to talk to Mr. Jacobs. Once again, that is, the last couple have not been counted yet for some reason. Yes.
It's my turn to go down there and just make sure check
No wonder.
everything out.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Right.
You got plenty of time.
Oh, thank you.
And I'll see how hard you're breathing when you come back. So we do have a visit to the pitcher's mound here in the bottom half of the 7th inning as Grice got on a base hit, and then Ardois just reached on a base on balls. Close pitch, but was called a ball. So it looks like Jacobs is going to stay in the ball game. And he's going to be facing the third baseman number 2, Cheney Dodge. Dodge is 2 for 3 here tonight in the ball game. Got a single his last time up and a double in the 3rd inning. Was left stranded at second base. And then flew out to the second baseman his first time up. So runners on at first and second with no outs. Here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. 2-1 is the score, but the Hudson Monarchs are threatening here in the bottom half of the 7th. Here's the pitch by Jacobs. That one right. Looks like he missed there for ball 1. Thought the umpire was going to call that one a strike, but it was low and outside. So the count is 1 ball, no strikes now to Dodge. That one now Jacob steps off. Great ball game here tonight for the Newton Rebels and the Hudson Monarchs. So far, the Rebels 2 runs, 4 hits, 1 error. And for the Hudson, they've scored 1 run on 4 hits and 2 errors. Fastball hits that inside corner as the count will now even up at 1 ball, 1 strike. And looks like Cheney Dodge was not sure about that inside pitch as he looks back at home plate umpire there. 1-1 now the count as Carson Jacobs now ready to go to work. A swing and a miss there by Dodge as the count now goes to 1-2 strikes. Once again, Dodge 2 for 3 here tonight. He is 11 for 43, batting .255 for the Hudson Monarchs. And here's Jacobs' pitch. That one just misses low, and that will even up the count now at 2 strikes. We do have no out here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Two-two pitch now by Jacobs as he looks to second base twice, and here's the pitch. That one is fouled off there by Dodge. So the 2-2 pitch once again coming up. A great crowd here in Hutchinson as we have fans down the third base side and looked out to the stands area, and they stuck around and are seeing a real good ball game here tonight. And here's the pitch by Jacobs. That one got him on the handles. Might have broke that bat, not sure. Looks the Dodgers are looking at that bat real closely. It looks like it might have just sounded like it. As the count will stay at 2 strikes. Are you back?
I'm back.
Are you breathing heavy?
I'm just trying to run up there. And I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that announcers have to do. There's a swing and a miss there by Dodge, and he goes down swinging for out number 1. Big strikeout there by Carson Jacobs as Jacobs
Here he
records. That's going to be it for Carson Jacobs as he records his 12th strikeout of the ball game.
I think he wants to bring in the lefty right here, Maley against the lefty.
So Spencer Maley looks like he will be coming in. We'll give you the final numbers here for Carson Jacobs. And you're probably taking a look at Carson Jacobs' last outing here for the Newton Rebels. One of the most improved players on the Newton Rebel squad this year.
A lot of hugs right there, and he very well deserved. As a matter of fact, I talked to a gentleman downstairs with Hutch, the fan. And he said, man, I'm impressed with this guy. He goes, this guy's really good. And of course, he's rooting for Hutch, but he said,
yeah,
I really like that.
Well, it's just, just like the same thing with the pitcher for the Hudson Monarchs, he did a great job there for 5 innings, Zach Gould. And so you got to give credit where credit is due, Both pitchers came in here, had their minds into the game, had their pitches working on both sides, and 2-1 ball game. You couldn't ask for anything more. Great effort by both teams. Of course, the defense helped out a lot.
Oh yeah, the defense.
There was a couple situations where there was runners on at second and third with 1 or no outs, or one or 2 outs, I should say, and the pitchers got out of it.
Well, they were into it, Frank, the defense, because he was working ahead a lot and all that. Now he's just passing the torch. He's passing the torch to Maley. And like I said, here's probably a guy that's second team in ERA right now. He's one of the most improved pitchers on the staff right now through the summer. And we saw 2 guys that have improved so much over the summer.
Yeah, so Spencer Maley now coming in to pitch for the Newton Rebels. We're going to give you the final numbers for Carson Jacobs. Once again, you've probably seen him for the last time here this season. And the Jacobs family, we congratulate you guys for the job that Carson did. We know that you are very proud of him as he ends up, unless he comes in tomorrow, but we don't think so because he threw a lot of pitches. But he ends up with 12 strikeouts added on to the 66 that he came in with. And in my books, that's 78.
Yeah, no, he's
the school that I went to anyway.
I mean, and it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me because I've talked to him the other day. I said, you got such a great ceiling. You got such a great upside. But against this team, this team scored, 22 runs and 14, whatever, against us. He shut them down.
So the count, so the final numbers for Carson Jacobs, 6 1/3 innings. He gave up 4 hits, 1 run, 1 earned run, 4 base on balls, 12 strikeouts as he faced 29 batters. Once again, but the runners on at first and second are going to be charged to him if they do score. So Spencer Maley now coming on for the Newton Rebels. First pitch there by Maley is misses for ball 1. And the batter is left fielder number 7, Tanner White.
Yeah, Tanner White, the guy, one of the league leaders in RBIs. They're leading RBI guy.
And here is Maley's pitch. That one is fouled off there by White. And that will even up the count now at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Now, one thing Maley's got to change his looks because Coach Q, he likes running on lefties. And because lefties have their back to the guy at second base, the runner at second. So he might want to change his looks a little and be ready. And it wouldn't surprise me that they do try to do some.
Well, Maley comes in with a 4.81 ERA as he has pitched 39 1/3 innings, has get a total of 32 strikeouts here for the Newton Rebels. And once again, you said he is one of the most improved pitchers on the squad, and I have to agree with you. That one just misses outside as the count now goes to 2 balls and 1 strike.
But he needs to make sure to just take a look, do 2 looks, whatever, just change a little. Because, like I said, Coach McHugh, he likes to be aggressive. He believes in that double steal. And there's nothing wrong with that. I kind of did that a few times in my coaching career. I mean, especially with a lefty on the mound, you get a little more of a lead. And they're not working them. They're not working them or anything in the middle with the middle infield.
Count is 2 balls to 1 strike. Here is Maley's pitch. A check swing, and that one in there for call strike, as that will even up the count now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, we'll see what Coach McEwen does here with a 2-2 count, and runners on at first and second.
You know, and you kind of want your middle infielders, kind of somebody, maybe your second baseman, to kind of cut, come back.
Yeah, because they're not holding them on at all.
No, they're not holding them because you want them to at least get a step back.
Well, they're playing that double play right now.
Because if there's a play at home, that can make a difference.
So here's the pitch here by Spencer Maley on the 2-2 pitch. That one is just misses high, and Maley didn't agree with that one.
Yeah,
as the count will go full now at 3-2. That didn't miss by very much,
no.
Just a little bit above the letters, it looks like.
If we could stand up here with you, Frank,
well,
a little better.
I had to because I can't see when I'm sitting down. This just not the right angle. So the count is full now at 3-2. And here is Maley's pitch. That one hit to the second baseman. Second baseman's only going to have 1 play.
No.
And that is a force out at second base. Good job there by Jurgensen and Brotman, who was covering second.
Yeah,
so that is a fielder's choice there for White.
You know, when I first saw that, I thought, hey, all right, double play. But then it was just too much of a slow bouncer, too slow roller. Jurgensen, he did the right thing. Just get that out. You have another lefty up right now, Frank. So
that brings Ardwell. That was the wrong one.
That was White, Cosman. So it's
should be Grice at third base, and Ardwall will be the out, and White is on at first base. So we do have 2 down
White,
now.
Then you got Cosman, right?
Yeah. Second baseman, number 8, Cole Cosman, now up at the plate. As the count is 1 ball, no strikes. Runners on at first and third with 2 down. And that one misses for ball 2. So 2-0 now the count to Cosman.
It wasn't by much, but yeah. Tell you, Connor Allen has called a great game. He's called a great game right there. And so far, regardless of what happens, he's done a great job behind the plate.
So here's the pitch by Maley. That one just misses inside, and the count will now go to 3 balls and no strikes. Runners on at first and third with 2 down here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. 2-1 is the score with the tying run on at third base. The go-ahead run on at first base for the Hudson Monarchs. And 3-0 count now to Cole Cosman. See if he gives them the green light or not. A swing and a miss there by Cosman.
I've seen
As
more
the count-
3-0 cuts than I think in my whole career, baseball, coaching career this summer.
Well, I have to agree with you. I've
unbelievable.
seen a lot of them, and coupled by our Newton Rebels that weren't even strikes.
Yeah.
So the count is 3 balls, 1 strike, and here's the pitch. That one misses outside. Well, that one
Whoa.
hits the outside corner, it looks like. Well, my bad. As the count will go full now at 3-2.
Cosman doesn't seem to agree right there.
Yeah, Crossman was ready to throw the bat down and head down to first base, but that is about the 3rd or 4th time that the umpire has called that corner.
White will be going on this 3-2, 2 outs. Runner on first will be taken off.
So here is Maley's pitch. That one misses high and for ball 4. This time Crossman throws the bat down to the on deck circle, and the bases will be loaded now.
With a little emphasis on it.
Bases loaded. That will bring up the right fielder, number 15, Carter Young. As Cosman reaches on a base on balls. So that will bring, that would put White on at second base, Cosman at first, and Grice on at third base.
And Frank, this time where the infielders especially need to get dirty, if it's a right base hit or something, you got to try to knock it down. They might tie it, but you don't want to let that go ahead run at second base to score.
So we do have 2 down here, and tonight defenses have come through here for both teams. All Maley has to do is throw strikes here. There is no place to place this young man. That one misses low for ball 1.
I'm kind of surprised that Zach Gillig isn't kind of warming up a little. That's their best pitcher. But especially if you can get out of this, then you get Gillig in there probably for a couple.
Yeah, I would think you'd come in the 8th
But
or
I'd
9th
bring him
inning.
in now. I mean, sometimes I brought my best guy in and situation.
Here's the pitch here by Maley. That one hits that outside corner for call strike, and that will even up the count now at 1 ball, 1 strike. Good pitch here by Spencer Maley as hits that outside corner. Will even up the count. Bases are loaded here with 2 down in the bottom half of the 7th. 2-1 is the score in favor of Newton, but the Monarchs are threatening here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. And Spencer Maley in relief as he's trying to get out of this inning. 1 ball, 1 strike now to Carter Young, who is 0 for 2 here tonight. And here's the pitch by Maley. That one hit on the handles fouled off by Young, as the count will now go to 1 ball and 2 strikes. And all Connor Allen needs to do is make sure he stays in front of everything.
Right.
Because you definitely don't want the ball to get by you and score the tying run and then put the go-ahead run on at third base. So that means Maley's just going to have to throw to the glove here with the 1 ball, 2 strike count to Carter Young. And here's the pitch by Maley. That one fouled off there by Young.
Yeah,
and a good pitch there by Maley.
Yeah, he kept it short there. I mean, that's Young had, it wasn't a big swing. Just a nice little, I'm going to foul it off or whatever and stay alive.
So the count will stay at 1 ball, 2 strikes. And it's a big battle here in the bottom half of the 7th inning as the score is 2-1 in favor of Newton. Spencer Maley trying to get out of this inning here. Here's the pitch. That ball was fouled off there by Young. Good fastball on that outside corner, but Carter Young doing what he needs to do, and that's protecting that plate.
Well, you can see Maley's pitching him away.
Bless you. So 1 ball, 2 strikes now to Carter Young. We do have Grice on at third base, White at second, and Cosman on at first base with 2 down. And Spencer Maley with the 1-2 pitch. That one hit up the middle. Looks like the short. No! That one falls in for a base hit. Looks like the third baseman and Brotman both should have caught that one. And it just went right between both of them. And that's in for a base hit there by Young.
Yeah, that's a tough play right there because somebody, just could have had that. I
Yeah.
mean, it was just floating right in between them and just fell to the ground. Both of them just, oh, man,
They
that's a
wasn't
tough
sure.
play.
They weren't talking to each other, that's for sure, because that looked like it should have been caught. It was just a nice little floater. So 2-run score now makes it 3-2, and that's too bad because there went the win for Jacobs.
Yeah, no, that's a tough play that you have to make. You have to make it. I mean, there's no doubt. I'm sure those guys would love to have that back. But
So there is runners now on at second and third base with 2 down. 3-2 is the score. And that will bring up the first baseman, number 30, Garrett Casas. Moving over to
yeah, I'm sure Cole Seltzer, the defensive coach of Rails, has right now. It looks like he's got a second baseman playing a little more Jorgensen right over there, more in the hole there, because Coach does like to pull the ball. We know that. It's all about making adjustments.
count is no ball, 2 strikes now. And here's the pitch. A swing and a miss there by Casas as he goes down swinging for out number 3, but not before the Hudson Monarchs. They scored 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left on base. At the end of 7 innings played, it's Hudson Monarchs 3 and the Newton Rebels 2, and we'll be right back. And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels Baseball as we go to the top half of the 8th inning. 3-2 is the score in favor of Hutchinson now as they scored 2 runs here in the bottom half of the 7th inning to take the lead of 3-2. Looks like we're going to have a new pitcher now. It's going to be Caden Pogue now coming in to pitch for the Hudson Monarchs.
Yeah,
And
I was going to say Pogue, 5'9", 185, sophomore from Hutch Community College, and he is from Stillwater, Oklahoma.
And we'll give you the final numbers for McDermott as he went 2 innings, gave up no hits, no runs, no errors, no base on balls. He struck out 3 as he faced 6 batters. The first pitch is called ball 1, and the batter is left fielder number 0, Eli Hickman.
Like to see Hickman get on base for the top of the lineup.
That one for call strike, and the count will even up now at 1 ball and 1 strike. Here in the top half of the 8th inning, well, Carson Jacobs was in the running for the win.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
unfortunately,
it's unfortunate.
now
Yeah,
he's in for the running for the loss here, even though he get 12 strikeouts against the Hudson Monarchs, which is quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, that's, something to hang your hat on. Thinking that's his final Rebel start appearance for the year. But I mean, like I said, that young man, he's come on so much. He's got a lot to be proud of, and he keeps working. Who knows what can happen? And like I said, we definitely want him back here with us next year.
Counts goes full now at 3-2 now to Hickman. Here's the pitch by Pogue. That one is ball 4. So going over to first base will be Hickman.
Now they got to be smart. Now last time he left a little early, and with Brotman up, and who knows what could happen there. And that's what I think we haven't done real well with the leadoff hitters getting on. So right now it's going to be interesting to see how Coach Clark plays this, especially the top of the lineup. You got an Andrew Brotman up.
And that will bring up Andrew Brotman now for the plate for the Newton Rebels. See if he bunts them over or not as they need the tie-in run over to second base. First pitch misses outside for ball 1.
Sometimes it'd be a great time to even do a drag man, but I'll tell you why, because the third baseman's back a little. I bet you got to really work on that. Drag, sacrifice.
1 ball, no strike to Brotman. That one ball gets away, and Hickman will be going to second base. Well, there goes your bunt.
Yeah.
And good job there as that one got away from the catcher for the Hutchinson Monarchs. That's Grace. And Hickman goes to second base as the count goes to 2 balls and no strikes.
And here's a situation, Frank, especially the college pitcher, most of them pitch away. If he pitches you away, go that way. Move that runner over. He might hit that hole and score because you got speed on second base.
3-2 is the score in favor of Hutchinson here in the top half of the 8th inning. That hard ball hit hard there by Andrew Brotman. Right fielder backing up and tagging up from second base will be Eli Hickman. And there comes the throw to third base. And that does get away from the and that's going to go into the dugout.
Wow.
So Hickman will be in scoring, and that will tie up the ball game at 3 apiece. As that throw was all the way into third base, it hit the third baseman's glove and then bounced into the dugout. And Andrew Brotman.
Well, and the pitcher's backing up, but you're a little too close. Couldn't with the reaction. I always tell my pitchers, get back against the dugout or something. You know what I mean? Get back as far as you can so you can react quicker. And he was right behind him, and that was tough.
So Andrew Brotman does his job as he moved the runner over, and then on the throw. That is the third error of the ball game for Hutchinson, and that one is outside, and that will even up the count now at 1 ball, 1 strike.
Rebels are keep battling, and that's what we want to see. I always told them, I said, from the first pitch to the last.
So 3-3 now the score here in the top half of the 8th inning. You're watching a great ball game here tonight by both teams. As the Hudson Monarchs have won the Sunflower Collegiate League title. This is the second year in a row that they are the Sunflower Collegiate League champions. And we do congratulate them on that victory. They are now going to the NBC World Series.
Yeah, very deservingly. And I congratulated Mark Blackham.
And that one fouled off as the count will now go full at 3-2.
Congratulated him yesterday. We talked, and he said it wasn't easy. it's never easy. No championships are easy, but guess what? He does a great job with them. And
that ball hit right back to the pitcher, and the pitcher will go to first base for out number 2. So that is a 1-3 put out for the second out, as we do have 2 down now here in the top half of the 7th inning. The score is 3-3 now, and all tied up, and that will bring up the center fielder, number 14, Trey Wingett.
Trey Wingett's an electric player. I mean, if he could hit that gap, or who knows? I mean, we've seen him hit home runs. But right now, I just think it is if he can get on base, make things happen. He's definitely the kind of guy you want up the plate in this situation. He's one of the lean hitters right now that's still here. He went off for a pitch that's down in that wasn't his pitch. Now he's got to be in the 2-strike mode, and Hopefully, just put the ball in play. He can make things happen. He's so fast.
0-2 now the count to Wing It. Here's the pitch. That one misses outside for ball one, as the count will now go to 2 balls and 1 strike. Once again, we are in the top half of the 8th inning. Rebels scored 2 runs in the second and 1 run in the 4th inning for the Monarchs. That made it 2-1 and stayed that way clear to the 7th inning where the Monarchs, that one hits Wing It, and that's got to be the same ankle that he's been hit three or 4 times now,
Yeah,
isn't it?
I was going to say, is everybody aiming for that ankle or what? Because look at him. He's I'm not laughing about it. It's just it's so weird that every time he gets hit, it's right down there.
Yep, it is. So Wing It will be on at first base. That will bring up the catcher, number 22, Connor Allen. And we've seen the power that Connor Allen has. So if he gets that one pitch, he may drive it.
And you're right. I mean, that he needs to look for that one pitch. He needs to look, especially early in the count. If it's there, hit that gap. You got speed on the. Hopefully, Wing It's all right. So looks like he's okay.
So bottom half of the 7th inning, the Monarchs scored 2 runs to take that 3-2 lead. And now the Newton Rebels have scored 1 run here in the top half of the 8th to tie it up at 3 apiece.
Yeah, Connor Allen, he just make sure he doesn't help this pitcher. That's the thing like you're talking about. Make sure it's a good pitch.
So 1 ball, no strikes now to Connor Allen with 2 down. Runner on at first base.
It's a good pitch.
That will even up the count now at 1-1.
Yeah, like I said, Connor Allen's a big kid, strong kid. Just needs to get that barrel out front.
That one misses way outside for ball 2. So the count now goes to 2 balls, 1 strike. Once again, we are in the top half of the 8th inning. Score tied up at 3 apiece. And Pugh now ready to go. That one misses way inside. Almost hits Allen, as the count will now go to 3 balls, 1 strike. So we'll see Trey Wing It on at first base as he just read as a hit batsman here in the top half of the 8th inning.
Interesting right now. Sometimes, like I said, if he can get a walk, then you put Wing It in scoring position. Some guys like to swing that 3-1.
That one right across the knees for call strike, so that will take the count to full now at 3-2. With 2 down, Trey Wing It will be taken off at first base.
You hit a gap, he scores.
And all Connor Allen has to do is protect that plate. That ball hit to the third base side, and that may be trouble as the third baseman coming in and not going to be in time as Connor Allen is there
hustle.
safely. A good throw there by the third baseman, but it was to the home plate side of first base. And so Connor Allen will be on with a, I'm sure that's probably going to be a base hit there because that was going to be awful close.
Yeah, that was a tough play.
It was a tough play there by the third baseman as he hustled in for that one. And with him coming in home like that, not sure exactly what that's going to be called here yet. But there is going to be runners on at first and second with 2 down. And that will bring up the designated hitter number 20, Aiden Corrigan.
Yeah, they went ahead and gave him a hit.
Gave him a hit, so that is hit number 5 there tonight for the Newton Rebels.
Corrigan's had many big hits. Like I said, he's one of the 25 RBIs. We talked about that earlier. That I remember Wichita State. He had that big game, 2 runs, and he can hit.
That pitch misses outside as the count now goes to 2 balls and no strikes to Trey Wing It, who's batting here in the top half of the 8th inning. The go-ahead run on at second base with 2 down, and Pig ready to go to work. That one just hits that outside corner right across the knees, as the count will now go to 2 balls, 1 strike.
We know Corrigan likes to pull the ball. We see him do that plenty of times. He might have to take it the other way because they're pitching him away.
They are pitching him away, and the first baseman playing right down the line here. There's a swing and a miss there by Corrigan. That one is fouled off, I should say, and that goes back to the netting area, and that will even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And I guarantee this, he gets a base hit right in the hole right there, Wing It's going.
Oh,
Coach
yeah.
Clark will not hold him.
Not hold him with his speed,
No.
that's for sure. Of course, he did get hit in the ankle A swing and a miss there by Corrigan as he goes down swinging for out number 3. So the top half of the 8th inning for the Newton Rebels. They score 1 run. On 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 left on base. At the end of 8 innings of play, or correction, 7.5 innings of play, the score tied up at 3 apiece. And we'll be right back. And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels Baseball as we go to the bottom half of the 8th inning. Boy, if you've not watching this ball game, you're missing out on a good one. So far for the Newton Rebels, they've scored 3 runs on 5 hits, 1 error. And for the Hudson Monarchs, they've scored 3 runs on 5 hits and 3 errors. So the score tied up here going into the bottom half of the 8th inning. Due up for the Hudson Monarchs will be the center fielder number 18, Garrett Anglum. And Spencer Maley in relief here. This is his 2nd inning of work here for the Newton Rebels.
Yeah, he had a tough break that last with the little pop up between 3rd and short right there. But he's bounced back with a strikeout. I mean, he's looking good right now. And that's what we need. I mean, obviously, when you give up 3 runs to this team, and you're doing your job.
Well, Mary Jacobs says, awesome game, and Mary's in the stands here tonight to come out here to watch Carson pitch. And we thank you very much for the comments.
And we also have some action in the bullpen with Zach Gillick.
Zach Gillick, another strikeout leader for the Newton Rebels, and a 1.24 ERA now in the bullpen. There's a pitch by Maley, misses low for ball 1.
I almost hit him right there. That's one thing, to get this leadoff. It's all about percentages. That leadoff guy gets on, the percentages are up that he will score, and we don't want that right now. Unless you're a Hutch fan.
That one is fouled off by Anglum, as the count will even up now at 1 ball and 1 strike.
It's kind of weird. It's kind of cool, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, it is cool out here. Of course,
nice,
we had a little bit of rain to begin with there, the lightning, and we weren't sure if we were going to play ball. We got started an hour and 15 minutes late, but we've had a great ball game. That one hit right up the middle to Brotman. Brotman comes up, scoops it up, goes to first for out number 1. So a 6-3 put out in the books here if you're scoring at home for the first out here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. That will bring up the designated hitter number 25, Breck Nowick.
Yeah, I was going to say, Brotman stayed down on that ball and kind of came up a little, but good hands. He's got good, quick hands. And like I said, his footwork's really improved. And his throws are right there.
So we have 1 down now. Nowick up at the plate. 0 for 3 here tonight so far. Their pitch there by Maley just misses as the count goes to 1 ball, no strikes. It looks like Maley was looking to the home plate to find out exactly where that pitch was at. So he didn't miss that one by much. And here's the pitch by Maley. Now swing and a miss there by Nowick, and that will even up the count now at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Talking about Spencer, he's a guy that didn't pitch that much at Butler County, but he's come on. Like I said, he's got a lot of innings now this summer. His confidence level's gone up.
That one in the side corner for a call strike, and
I
that
like
will
that.
take the count now to 1-2 strikes. Great pitch there by
Yeah.
Maley.
Oh, yeah, he's using what we said, use that 17 inches of the plate for the pitcher. I mean, that's, it's a lot of pitchers use one half of the plate. He's doing a good job using that whole plate, inside out, up and down.
That one just misses low for ball 2, so that will take the count to 2-2 strikes. And I just thought of something.
What's that?
I'm supposed to be doing the NBC World Series up here in Hutchinson. Do the 12 o'clock game, the 3 o'clock game on the PA, and then I've got the 8:30 game on play-by-play. I think I'm going to be staying in Hutchinson
You might. I
because
don't blame
that's going to be too long of a drive home every day. So the count, that ball hit to the second baseman goes to first for out number 2. So a 4-3 put out for the second out of the inning. So we have 2 down now here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. And that will bring up the catcher, number 21, Noah Grice.
Just talking about Maley, he said, hey, he's over 40 innings pitched now. I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good summer. Yeah, Frank, you
Definitely
need
got a lot of work in.
You definitely, yeah. You're going to be a tired guy.
So Maley ready to go to work now against Grice here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. First pitch hits that outside corner for call strike as the count goes to 1 strike. 2 down here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Score tied up at 3 apiece. And one thing, both Rebels and the Monarchs have had chances, but the defense has really come through. There's a swing and a miss there by Grace
Off speed.
as the count now goes to 2 strikes.
Frank, it just thought went in my mind, you're going to be up here doing your play-by-play or whatever, you're going to be doing that. But the thing is, you have no control over the game. It's like us. We've been all summer. We had no control watching some of the games that we've seen. And I hope that you don't have any.
0-2 the count now. Here's the pitch. That one hits that
There you
outside corner. Great pitch there by Spencer Maley as Noah Grice goes down looking for out number 3. So the bottom half of the 8th inning for the Monarchs. They scored no runs on no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. At the end of 8 innings of play, the score tied up at 3 apiece, and we'll be right back. And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels Baseball. Frank Martinez, your play-by-play announcer, joined along by Mark Cavala, our general manager, as we go to the top half of the 9th inning. Score tied up at 3 apiece.
Yeah, and I want to finish my thought that I was talking
Okay,
about.
go ahead.
For you, I hope you don't have a filibuster. I call them filibuster games. And you know what I'm talking about, Frank, because we've had a few of them, the 4 hours and all that. I hope you don't have that.
Well, the NBC will always give you surprises. I'm going to tell you that right now. I told you already about the 17-inning game that we had one time and that I predicted. And so you just never know. You think you've seen everything in the NBC, like, say, 27 years and, sorry about that. I'll stand up and get out of the way. I appreciate that. You telling me that. Thank you. We're going to take it out to the field. Like I say, 27 years, you think you've seen everything, and then something comes up and something you've never seen before. So we go to the top half of the 9th inning. Due up for the Newton Rebels will be the first baseman, number 16, Anthony Zellner. And I happen to stand up and let everybody see. There's a ball hit to second baseman on the first pitch. And that is an F4 in the books for out number 1.
Yeah, from this angle, I thought it was going to be over his head, but just a little line drive right to the second baseman.
That will bring up the second baseman, number 6, Camden Jurgensen. Here in the top half of the ninth inning, score tied up at 3 apiece. And whoever loses this ball game, it's going to be a tough loss for either team.
Right. Cam just needs he has that long swing.
0-2 now the count to Jurgensen.
See if he makes chokes up a little maybe, and it's 2 fastballs.
That one misses just outside as the count will now go to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pugh now ready to go to work. Second inning to work here for him. A swing and a miss there by Jurgensen as he goes down swinging for out number 2. And that is the second strikeout recorded by Pugh here in the ball game. As we now have 2 down, and that will bring up the right fielder number 8, Thomas Capion.
And that's one thing we talk about hitters. When the pitcher's working fast, you got to step out, especially when you get 0-2. Step out of the box.
That one just misses inside for ball 1.
Call time or whatever. Just step out. Like I said, Nolan Riley does the best job of it. He'll have 1 foot out of the box, looking at signals, and the coach might not even be giving signals, but you're making it your time.
Fastball in there for call strike, and that will even up the count now at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Let's see, Thomas is doing the same, stepping out.
Trying to get that little rhythm off. That one is hit to the right-hand side. First baseman coming in is calling for it and makes the catch for out number 3. So an F3 is the play if you're scoring at home for the third out. So the top half of the ninth inning for the Newton Rebels, they scored no runs on no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. At the end of 8.5, score tied up at 3 apiece, and we'll be right back. And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels Baseball as we go to the bottom half of the ninth inning. The score tied up at 3 apiece, and Spencer Maley now ready to go to work once again here in the bottom half of the ninth. The first batter he'll be facing will be the shortstop number 1, Jordan Ardois.
Yeah, top of the lineup right here, and Hutch, they have the hammer. They get they can finish this off if they could score a run. So we'll see what happens here. Spencer has been looking pretty good. I mean, he's looked pretty good. He kept him out of the, from scoring that last inning, and hopefully he keeps that leadoff guy off and does his job like he's been doing.
Well, so far here this inning for the Newton Rebels, they've scored 3 runs on 5 hits, 1 error, and for the Hudson Monarchs, they've scored 3 runs on 5 hits and 3 errors. So Ardois will now be.
Now, and I would think, Frank, if they get somebody, especially, I don't know if they're at the scoring position or whatever, that we will see Zach Gillick, who is warming up in the bullpen.
Yep, Zach Gillick in the bullpen for the Newton Rebels here as we speak, as we go to the bottom half of the ninth inning. Tied score 3 apiece, and Spencer Maley now ready to go to work. And here's the pitch. That one misses low for ball 1. And I just keep thinking back about that little floater towards third base and shortstop that somebody should have caught, but just fell in. That allowed those 2 runs to score.
Yeah, that's what's amazing. It was 2 runs that scored.
That one, fastball hits that outside corner as the count will now go to even at 1-1.
And believe me, I know those guys out there. They give 100%, and I wish we had that over. I wish we, one of those do-overs. Unfortunately, you don't get those.
Well, I saw Andrew Brotman kind of bend down and with his fist just hit the ground, thinking
it's a competitor.
he thought he should have had that one. So, but it was in between both of them. Somebody just didn't take charge there. Count is 1 ball, 1 strike. That one misses inside as the count will now go to 2 balls and 1 strike.
And he's playing with a different third baseman. He's been, Nolan Riley was there the whole season, and Brotman, that left side, they took care of that left side. They know each other. They know what range, how far they can go, and what balls they can get, whatever. And it's just one of those deals.
That one misses inside as the count now goes to 3 balls, 1 strike. Well, that's definitely not something you want to do, and that's start off the inning with a walk here. So hopefully Spencer Maley can come back and challenge Ardois here in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Make him earn it.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. I know the corners are kind of playing away. I'd probably have it more toward, guarded the line. You don't want to double.
So the count is 3 balls, 1 strike now to Ardois, and Maley ready to go. And here's the pitch. That one hits the outside corner, and that will take the count full now at 3-2. Good pitch there by Maley. So a full count now to Jordan Ardois, who's playing shortstop here this evening for the Hutchinson Monarchs.
Ardois.
Batting .343. Here's the ball that's drove down the first base side. It is foul.
Like I said, they're going to keep battling, especially the top of the lineup. That whole lineup's been pretty. Then you put Garrett Kosich, one of Wichita State's top hitters, in there. That's pretty amazing to have that lineup. And they're getting ready for a World Series. That's what they're doing, getting those guys in there.
That's usually when you start picking up
those
players. So here's the pitch now. That one hit to the first base side. Zellner will make the play at first base, unassisted, for out number 1.
Zellner he's doing a good job there at first base. Looks like he's probably played it before.
So we have 1 out here now in the bottom half of the 9th inning, and that will bring up the third baseman, number 2, Cheney Dodge. 3-3 is the score as we are in the bottom half of the 9th inning.
So, Frank, we're going out to dinner tonight?
Well, I don't think there's going to be any restaurants open,
right.
to be honest with you, when we get done.
Probably this.
So once again, you're off the hook. Here's the pitch. That one lifted foul to the right-hand side, and Zellner going to the fence area, and he reaches over and makes the catch for out number 2. Nice job there by Zellner.
Just talking about him, that's what you have to do. Get to the fence. If you're a third baseman or first baseman, get to the fence, and then you can work instead of drifting with it. And he got right to the fence and made a great play.
That will bring up the left fielder, number 7, Tanner White. So we have 2 down now here in the bottom half of the 9th inning as the score is tied up at 3 apiece.
Man, some good defense tonight.
Boy, I tell you, this is one play.
That's right.
Gosh, you just think about it, and it's just like.
In the coaching side of me, though, Frank looks at it like, we had the 2 runs in the second inning and had opportunities and just didn't do anything. We talked about it. We got to keep scoring. Got to keep that 1 run, add another run.
No balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. That one fouled off right back at us. Carv, would you have been able to catch that one if that net wasn't out there?
Not tonight.
Not tonight, huh? Tonight. Well, you just sat down. If you'd have been standing up, you might have been able to catch that one. As the count now goes to no balls, 2 strikes. So we have 2 down now here in the bottom half of the 9th inning as the score tied up at 3 apiece. What a great ball game by both these 2 teams as they're giving their all here tonight. With just 2 ball games left here in the season. And here is Maley's pitch. That
Whoa.
ball hit up the middle, and Brotman's going to get to it. Going to go to first base. What a
Yeah.
great play there by Andrew Brotman as he hustled to his left.
play.
Got that ball back behind second base. Goes to first for out number 3. And guess what? Extra innings.
Here we go.
We're
Here we
going
go.
extra innings as
What
we got
else?
started late at 8:15 or somewhere in there between. But we are going to go extra innings, and you got to applaud your hands for both those two teams.
No, these
They've
teams
really given their all here tonight. So we're going to go extra innings. We're going to be right back as the score tied up at 3 apiece.
Thank you to Southern Storage for sponsoring the Monarchs bullpen. Southern Storage.
And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels Baseball as we go to extra innings here tonight. The last away game of the season, and extra innings.
Here we
3-3
go.
to score. Frank Martinez, your play-by-play announcer, and Mark Cavala, your general manager. And we got a new pitcher now. Who is this?
Yeah, this Noah Kelly. Noah's right-handed pitcher, 6'2", 185 from Barstow Community College. He is from Las Vegas, Nevada, and Barstow is pretty special because I've had one of my ex-coaches used to be the head coach there, and it's out there between Vegas, it's between Las Vegas and it's between L.A. and you go right by there. But Barstow and their program, they got a pretty good program, and it's good to see a kid from out there come out here and play in our league.
So the first batter he'll be facing is Eli Hickman, and here's the first pitch by Kelly as we go out to the ballpark, or out to the ball field, I should say, and the count is 1 ball, no strikes. To Eli Hickman, and Kelly now on in relief. Here's the pitch, a swing and a miss there by Hickman, as the count will now go to 1 ball and 1 strike.
You know, Frank, I have a memory of here when I used to be the coach one summer, the Elite Sluggers. We played double headers back then, and we I don't know, I can't remember if we won or lost the first game, to be honest, but we had to play in like a 13-inning game. It was like 2:30 in the morning, and if you can imagine, people here, especially the beer garden, whatever they had back then, and what, foul ball. But anyway, you know how we won it?
How's that?
On a squeeze play.
Oh, yeah?
Did it on a squeeze when we held them, and I had a real good closer, 1, 2, 3, and we won. You just have good memories, especially playing in this ballpark.
So Eli Hickman up at the plate now with the 1-2 count to him. And Kelly now on in relief for the Hudson Monarchs. Well, I've got a chance to do a lot of ball games, doing the NBC World Series, and there was games that was supposed to start at like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, didn't get started till 5 o'clock, and I was calling the game, and then had to come back and do the 8 o'clock game, which meant I never went home that day. And there was years where out of the 8 games, there was some games that I did 7 in a row. There's a swing and a miss there by Hickman as he goes down for out number 1.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, the commitment that you've always given to the NBC through the years. And believe me, Frank, a lot of people know about it. You've got a great reputation for what you've done, with coaches and everybody else. They all know that when you say Frank Martinez, they always think about, the NBC. You're associated with it. And of course, the Newton Rebels also.
Well, now the Newton Rebels, exactly right. That brings up the shortstop number 1, Andrew Brotman. Did I ever tell you that story about the rain delay that we had one time? We had a rain delay. It was like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. They decided that, it was raining hard. I mean, it was pouring down. They had the tarp out and everything. So I thought, okay, it's going to take a while. So I go into the skybox, and I thought, I'm going to take a small nap.
Oh, gosh.
Okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to take a small nap while the rain delay is going on. Well, I wake up at like about 6 o'clock in the morning, okay? And it is empty. I mean, there's nobody there on the field, nobody in the stands, and I'm thinking, what the heck's happened? They must have just called the game.
Yeah.
So I go running down, and I run into a worker that he was the only one there left at the ballpark. And I go, hey, I said, what happened to the ball game? Where'd everybody go? Did they cancel the game or what? They go, no, they played it. And I go, what? I said, they couldn't have. I was supposed to be the PA announcer. So anyway, the next day, I come up and show up at the next ball game, and I say, hey, what happened yesterday to that last game? They go, well, we played it. And they
Somebody
go,
stepped
yeah.
in?
They stiffed me, and I went when I went to the skybox, I fell asleep. I never heard a single drop from anybody. And I said, why didn't you guys wake me up? They go, well, we thought you went home. And so that somebody else just called the game at that time when they finally played the ball game. But I slept through the whole thing, never even knew it.
Great.
Isn't that just amazing?
Well, great play right there, 6-3.
6-3 play. All right, there's 2 down now here in the top half of the 10th inning, and we'll get back to baseball.
Now, Frank, let me ask you, did you do the I was with the Genie Diamond Dogs. I get to coach with them. Pat has always asked me to
Pat
the
Hahn,
World Series. And I've known him for years, and so I got the Pat when it was raining. It was the Roy Halladay game, which would start at like 2:30. We thought we were going to play it the next day.
Right.
Instead, they said, "Okay, we're going to wait because we had rain." So no, we'll start at 2:30 in the morning. Do you remember? Did you do that game? I didn't know if you were there.
Man, I tell you, those games just you do so many of them that you just don't remember them all. But I do remember a game like that.
Well, that was against the All Stars, whatever.
Yeah.
Chipper Jones was on the team and all that. So, and we lost to them, and then they ended up winning it. But it was. I thought we're thinking, we'll play tomorrow. It's, on Sunday. It was down to like 3 teams.
There's a ball fouled off there by.
But that's the thing about the NBC. When they want to play, they're going to play it. They're not going to.
Tyson Nolan.
Yeah, they want. Hey, we're not going to worry. We'll
well,
play it 3 in the morning.
I remember many years ago when we used to have baseball around the clock, and I mean, like I say, it was nothing to have a 2 or 3 o'clock game that was supposed to start at 2 or 3 o'clock, and we played it at 5 o'clock with a game at 8 o'clock. The next day.
Oh yeah, no.
So and it just finished up just in time. So I've been around on many of those. There was a swing and a miss there by Tyson Nolan as he goes down swinging for out number 3. So the top half of the 10th inning for the Newton Rebels, they scored no runs on no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. At the end of 9 1/2, the score tied up at 3 apiece, and we'll be right back. And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels Baseball. This is Frank Martinez, your play-by-play announcer, joined along by Mark Cavalla as we go to the bottom half of the 10th inning. Score tied up at 3 apiece. And, boy, you couldn't ask for any more. If you love baseball, this is the place to be.
Well, this is a game that we're going to remember this year. I mean, there's a few games, like I said, some good, like you were talking about the Cheney game when we had the 5-2 lead.
5-2 lead, exactly
but
right.
We're going to remember this game and the great performance by Carson Jacobs, just unbelievable game, and just watch how he evolved over this summer. And because I remember the first game he pitched, I think he had like 8 walks and I don't know, didn't make it. I don't know, 4 innings, whatever it was. I don't know if he made it to 5. Now look what he's doing then. So he just needs to keep working, and guess what? We're going to see great things from him. But that was a highlight tonight, watching him pitch.
Yeah, I ended up with 12 strikeouts and 78 strikeouts for the season. That is a single season record by a Newton Rebel. So congratulations goes to Carson Jacobs as he ends up with 78, and most likely that was his last ball game as a Rebel here this year.
And another young man right here is doing a great job.
Yeah, Spencer Maley now in relief here, and that will bring up first batter he'll be facing here in the bottom half of the 10th is the second baseman, number 8, Cole Kosman.
Yeah, you have these lefties coming up right here. You have these lefties, and so it's going to be interesting to see how he keeps them in there, and then maybe he's going to bring in Zach Gillick, and I don't know. We'll see, because this is, it's do or die. I mean, if they score, they win. So we'll see if anybody gets on base. If Gillick comes in?
That one misses for ball 2, so 2-0 now the count. We definitely don't want to get the first runner on here because that's you definitely know that the Hudson Monarchs are a baseball team that will do whatever it takes to get them over to second base. So
they'll steal. I mean, they've got good speed, and
they don't steal. They'll lay down that bunt,
Yep.
So that one misses out for ball 3. That is. So 3 balls, no strikes now to Cole Kosman here in the bottom half of the 10th inning. 3-3 is the score. And if you're still staying with us, we hope that it's not that late for you.
It is for us, but
it is for us. Here's the pitch by Melee. That one hits that outside corner, and that takes the count now to 3 balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, it's too bad just looking at your score. The 3 runs they scored, 2 of them are off walks, but we haven't had a whole bunch of walks, I don't think, Frank. But, when we do walk, sometimes during the season it hurts.
Here's the pitch. That one fouled off there by Kosman, and now count will go full now at 3-2. Well, in the 27 years I've been asked, who are some of the famous guys that you've announced? And there's been so many. I mean, there's so many guys that have come up. Some of them that were with the Royals and that played for different teams, either liberal or there's a hard hit ball into left center field, and that's going to be in for extra bases by Kosman. And as he's rounding second base and going to come up, he's going to stay at second base. So a double to start off the bottom half of the 10th inning for Cole Kosman. And he records his, that is his first hit of the ball game.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens here. If Zach Gillick's ready to come in, it looks like he is.
Okay, that is going to be it. That is the 6th hit of the ball game for the Hudson Monarchs, as we have no outs here to start the bottom half of the 10th inning. And that is going to be it for Spencer Maley. And coming in to pitch for the Newton Rebels will be number 34, Zach Gillick. And Gillick leading the league with a 1.24 ERA for the Newton Rebels.
And the first guy that to congratulate Spencer was Carson Jacobs. Right out there. Like I said, they got kind of a brotherhood. They've been together all summer and a bond and everything. And, they try to pick up each other. And I guarantee Spencer feels bad because – he feels. I know how, you go, man, I wish I could have done it for you. But, you don't need to hang your head because they both competed. And I don't know if Spencer will be playing tomorrow, but I think he's had a very good summer.
So Gillick now coming in to pitch for the Newton Rebels. He is 1-0. He has pitched 30 innings, has given up 14 runs, 57 strikeouts here for the Gillick. And his ERA, I said 1.24. It's 1.20. My apologies. I thought that was a 4 in there, but it is 1.20 is his ERA, and he leads the league in here, the Sunflower Collegiate League, with the 1.20 ERA. So Zach Gillick now coming in relief for the Newton Rebels. We're going to take a small break, and we'll be right back. And we welcome you back to Newton Rebels Baseball as we are in the bottom half of the 10th inning. Cole Cosman just reached on a double to start off the bottom half of the 10th inning for the Hudson Monarchs. That will bring up the right fielder, number 15, Carter Young. Left-handed batter here for the Hudson Monarchs with no outs here in the bottom half of the 10th. 3-3 is the score.
I was going to say, I'm sure Young's going to look something to pull.
That first pitch by Gillick misses outside for ball 1. Zach Gillick on the mound for the Newton Rebels. He has 57 strikeouts here for the season so far.
He could use one right here. He definitely needs it.
And here is Gillick's pitch. That one a swing and a miss there by Young, as that will take the count now to 1 ball and 1 strike. Gillick, I'm sure, is in the running for the Carl Hodges Most Valuable Player Award.
Oh, yeah. He has to be right up there.
Him and Jacobs, Brotman, and Nolan Riley.
Well, those guys you just brought up are consistent. It's consistent all summer, and a joy to watch.
So the count goes 2 balls and 1 strike now.
And I think when they look back on their career here, whatever they played here, like Andrews played 2 years.
Swing and a miss there by Young, and that will take the count now to 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Brown's played a couple years, and you got Gillick 3 years. And
he's still got 1 year left, doesn't he?
1 year, well, yeah, probably 2, I guess, because
that's right.
the COVID and everything else that happened, and redshirted. And
so 2-2 count now by Gillick. He's looking the second baseman back, and here's the throw. That one just misses outside, and that will take the count to full now at 3-2.
And the thing is, and if he walks him, it's not the worst thing.
No, it's not, because that will put things in double play
right
position with the first base open here. But he's trying to get that out.
Yeah, if you can get this out.
And here's the Gillick's pitch. That one hits that outside corner, and this time it doesn't get called. As going to first base will be, he is the home player, the pitching coach there for Newton, or head coach, I should say. Wanted to know exactly where that pitch was at. And the umpire says it was outside, but boy, it looked awful close here. And so Young reaches on a base on balls, and that will bring up the first baseman, number 30, Garrett Kosas.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kosas is one of the best hitters at Wichita State this past spring.
So no out with runners on at first and second. They're fouled off there by Kosas, as the count will go to 1 ball, no balls, and 1 strike. So the Hudson Monarchs are 21-8 right now. They have won the title for the Sunflower Collegiate League. That one misses low for ball 1.
That's a good bite to it.
As the count will go to 1 ball, 1 strike. I just don't see no way I'm going to be able to drive home after each ball game next when NBC starts. Especially if they start running late. Count is 2 balls, 1 strike.
Bring a sleeping bag and sleep right behind here, Frank.
As long as they have the air conditioner running, I'll be able to do that. So the count is 2 balls, 1 strike. I'll have to just get me a little room here somewhere.
There you go.
That one just misses low for ball 3. So 3 balls, no strikes.
I can't afford
by
walking.
Zach Gillick. I'm sorry. I was trying to not talk over you. And then
I was just saying, Kosich hit 286 with the Shockers this year. 12 home runs.
So 3-1 now the count. Here's the pitch by Gillick. Swing and a miss there by Kosich. And that the count goes full now at 3-2. We have Cosman on at second base, Young on at first. With no outs here in the bottom half of the 10th inning. Score tied up at 3 apiece. And Zach Gillick ready to go with the 3-2 count. That one hits that inside corner. Call strike 3 for out number 1. Great pitch right across the knees there by Zach Gillick. And he records his 58th strikeout of the season.
Center fielder, number 18.
I'd like to see him get 2 more right here. That's what I'd like to see. But
So we have 1 down now here in the bottom half of the 10th inning. That will bring up the center fielder number 18, Garrett Anglum.
it's going to be interesting to see how the pitching's going to be for tomorrow, too. But, you got to go for this win right here.
That one misses outside. Good job there by Connor Allen as he stayed in front of that one to keep the runners at second and at first base. 1 down now here in the bottom half of the 10th as the score tied up at 3 apiece.
I wonder if, let's see, I don't know, a lot of people out there still watching us here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think there is.
Yeah, great game.
That one misses the outside
not bad.
corner, I guess, as the count now goes to 2 balls, no strikes. We still have a lot of fans here. You notice all those fans down there on the third base side?
Oh, yeah, they got such a good following. And like I said, that's what we're trying to do in Newton.
So 2 balls, no strikes now to Anglum. And here's the pitch. Now fouled off there by Anglum, and that will take the count now to 2 balls and 1 strike.
And it can be done, Frank. I think, the population of Newton, and just got to get out there in the community and get more people to come watch. And that's why I went to the GM thing, because I wanted to build that up. I miss coaching, but
well, you know as well as I do that most towns will follow a team when they start winning.
Yeah,
and that's just the way it happens,
Yeah.
So the count is 2 balls, 1 strike, and here is Gillick's pitch. That one misses outside as the count will go to 3 balls and 1 strike. Gillick hasn't walked very many people here this year.
wonderful Mr. Jim's up still. I don't know. He's got a full day tomorrow with putting out the signs and all that stuff. He's going to be pretty busy.
So 3-1 the count now to Anglum, and here is Gillick's pitch. That one hits the inside corner, and that will take the count to full now at 3-2. So Gillick is working hard here in the bottom half of the 10th inning. He's come in relief here this evening.
Boy, think about the years 3 years ago where he's come now. Now he's a Division I player.
A breaking ball, swing and a miss there by Anglum as he goes down swinging for out number 2. And that is the second strikeout recorded by Zach Gillick and the 59th strikeout of the season for Gillick. We do have 2 down now.
He's got, 3 or 4 pitches working. And when he gets that, he's unhittable. I mean, right there, that slider.
That will bring up the designated hitter, number 25, Breck Nowick. 2 down now. See if Coach McCune has anybody running here. Here's the pitch. That one is fouled off there by Nowick as the count now goes to 0 balls, 1 strike.
Again, the infielders have to be diving. Anything. You got to get dirty. You can't let any ball get by, because if it goes by, it's the winning run. Outfielders, they got to be ready to go. They can't be, they can play normal death, but anything in front, they got to be ready to get the ball in quick.
0 ball, 1 strike. Here's the ball. Hit to the right-hand side. There's going to be a base hit to right field. Here comes Thomas Capion with the throw into home, and that's not going to be in time. And there is the winning run there by the Hudson Monarchs as they take a 4-3 game here on a walk-off hit by Breck Nowick. A base hit into right field, and Thomas Capion came up firing to home plate. Looked like he was in time, but it was just a high throw.
Just a high throw, the adrenaline, and he's hurrying and everything, and high release. But, it was going to be a bang-bang play anyway. And
Yes,
I think,
it was.
Yeah, so I think it was a good base hit, though. You got to hand it to him. Good hit to the right side, just a little hit that got out there and scored the runner from second.
Scored the run from second, and so the bottom half of the 10th inning for the Hudson Monarchs, they win 4-3 here. We're not going to have a player of the game because we're ready to go home, man.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just do that tomorrow night, and we'll decide who it is. But we want to thank you all very much for watching here this evening. We do want to thank our sponsors, though. And by the way, those pitching changes were sponsored by Ray's Roofing. They have you covered. Okay, our double plays this evening were sponsored by the team of Peyton Paul, attorneys at law. Doubles were sponsored by Cobra Enterprise Store and Stuff and Realty Connections. Plays at the plate were sponsored by Colonel Tim Marler family in honor of the Kansas Guard. Your home team, always ready, always there. Once again, all those pitching changes were sponsored by Ray's Roofing. They have you covered. Home runs sponsored by John Odeman family, proud friends of the Newton Rebels. Great plays or players of the game are sponsored by the Carl Hodges and family. The Rebels tradition continues since the year 2000. I'd like to thank Back Alley Pizzas, Courtesies, and all our host families. Well, Carv, a great ball game here tonight. You got to put your hands together for both teams.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's unbelievable. Well, think about the Rebels, though. They got blown away 22-2, 14-3, right? I think that's what it was. And then here they come tonight, and they could have won this. They could have won this. Early.
They put their heart out. And they played their hearts out here tonight and put their hearts on the field.
But it was a different kind of game that you and I have been used to because we had a 2-0 lead, and we haven't had too many leads. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, we've been down. We were talking about it, and 3-0, 5-0 most of the year in the first early innings. But guess what? We battled, and the thing was. Probably what you brought up, the play we didn't make, but also we didn't keep scoring. We had to keep scoring. We had to keep executing. We had leadoff guys on, but we didn't execute, get them in second, base hit, and it got us at the end.
Well, and not only that, but great pitching performance by both teams.
Defense, too.
Gould for the Hudson Monarchs and Carson Jacobs for the Newton Rebels, who ends up with 12 strikeouts here tonight. And it's got to be a big blow for the Newton Rebels. But you know what? They can't be down because they gave their all, and they gave their all against the number one team.
Yeah. I mean, right there, it's one for the, it's going to be for history, I guess you could say, for the Newton Rebels that what he did today. And I mean, here's a guy, and again, I'm just thinking about, like I said, his evolution, how he's improved as a pitcher, and then right now his last start for the summer for us, and look what he did. And it was just he kept us in the game. He did a great job. I mean, he went over 100-something pitches, and I just feel bad for him because I was hoping to get that W for him.
Yeah, exactly right. I think, it would be Gillick gets the loss here tonight, doesn't he?
Well, I think it's Spencer.
Mailey.
Yeah, Mailey.
Mailey, okay. I couldn't remember those guys on base. Yeah, he had that double. That's right. So Mailey will get the loss here tonight, and congratulations goes to the Hudson Monarchs as they win 4-3 on a walk-off here in the bottom half of the 10th inning. And Carv, we couldn't be prouder here tonight.
No, I'm not. Like I said, this is what you and I want to see. We want to see a team that's competitive, comes out here and competes like this, and we saw that tonight. Yeah,
so a great ball game. If you did stick it out with us here tonight, once again, we thank you very much for sticking it out through the weather delay that we had, and then staying with us all 10 innings. The Newton Rebels do come up short 4-3 here tonight, but we will be at home tomorrow, and that is our last ball game of the season for the Newton Rebels.
And hopefully, like I said, we're not in Newton right now. I know Mr. Jim is giving us reports, a lot of rain and all that, but hopefully we can play. And like I said, Bethel night, reminder everybody, it's Bethel night. It's we're going to have the MVP award. Carl Hodges and family MVP present that. We've got apparel. We're going to have a little treat for even you, Frank, at the end of the contest, and we'll get together and talk more about that.
All right. Well, sounds good. Once again, you've been watching Newton Rebels baseball. The final score is the Hudson Monarchs 4 and the Newton Rebels 3 here this evening. Don't forget, we'll be in action tomorrow at 5 o'clock, the last game of the season. We want to thank you fans, those you stuck it out with us tonight, and those of you that have been with us all year long watching on YouTube. We thank you very much for your support, and The guys gave you all that they had tonight, ended up coming short, but they do played a good ball game here tonight.
And I want to bring up, thank you for the hospitality up here,
For
during
the Hudson
series
Monarchs?
here, for
Yeah.
the Monarchs here, from Mark and all the people that up here in the press box. They've been great to us, and like I said, talking to the people out here, they know we have a tough year, but they've been very, I guess, very understanding.
Yeah.
Because
So once again, that is the ball game here tonight. We'll be in action tomorrow at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
Is that right? 5 o'clock will be the game start tomorrow at 5 o'clock. So we'll be on the air about 4:50. So you've been watching Newton Rebels baseball. This is Frank Martinez, the voice of the Newton Rebels, along with General Manager Mark Cavala. Wish you a good night. The final score 4-3 in 10 innings as the Rebels fall to the Hudson Monarchs. We'll see you tomorrow night at 4:50. Good night.
Good night.